Honorable members. Honorable Wamaua. Honorable Wamaua. Order, honorable members. Honorable Dorothy Oikara. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Honorable Wamaua. Honorable Wamaua, take your seats. Take your seats. Honorable Kalasinga. Honorable Kalasinga. Honorable members. Let's proceed. Let's proceed. Let us get started, then they can. Honorable members, take your seats. Honorable members. Honorable members, it shall be resolved. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Okay, proceed. Honorable members. Honorable members, the matter shall be resolved. The matter shall be resolved, honorable members. You are prematurely protesting. Honorable members, honorable members, like I said, you will have an opportunity to raise that matter. Let us, honorable members, start. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, Honorable Kimayo, Honorable Kimayo, you're prematurely reacting. Let us start the session, and then you will have an opportunity to give your voice legitimately. Right now, the session has not begun. So your protest is not on record. Your protest is not on record. Let us start.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader, honorable members, order. The matter that you're protesting is premature. Let us get to that particular order, and then you can legitimately lend your voice. Right now, it's not on record. You will have an opportunity, honorable members. Allow us to proceed and get to the contentious order. Proceed.
Okay.
Proceed,
Honorable Speaker.
Leader Majority.
Honorable Speaker. Hey, hello, Ruto, please, let's have order in the House. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 15th November 2023. 1, legal notice number 175 of 2023 relating to the Public Finance Management Ulinzi Prime Health Services Fund regulations. 2, report of the Auditor General, Marianne Keitan. Honorable members, let's finish to lay the papers, then we'll come to that order. 2, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2021 and 30th June 2022, and the certificates therein in respect of Kasoko Boys Secondary School, St. Anne's Kisoko Girls High School, St. Stephen's Alwar Mixed Public Secondary School, Githunguri Girls High School, and Nyamathi Secondary School. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable Speaker, at this moment, reading the mood of the House, I would request that we defer motion 9 so that we allow for further consultation, so that we can get the views of every member before we move on to the next. So,
it seems that it's the mood of the House.
Therefore, I request you, Honorable Speaker, with utmost respect, that we defer motion number 9. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, honorable members. I think it seems it's the mood of the House that it be deferred. Next order. Next order. Next order.
Order number 8, procedural motion. Exemption of certain business from Standing Order 43.
Honorable Speaker, order number 8, procedural motion, exemption of certain business from Standing Orders 43. That this House resolves to exempt the business appearing as order number 11 in today's order paper from the provisions of Standing Order 43, being Wednesday morning, a day allocated for business not sponsored by the majority or minority party or business sponsored by a committee. Honorable Speaker, I know the House is on fire today, but that is the essence of being an elected member of Parliament, to protect your constituencies and the resources that you have. And it is the reason that we came to this Parliament. Honorable Speaker, today being Wednesday, we usually debate private members' motions, but because, Honorable Speaker, we have the presidential speech and other matters, I request that we allow order number 11, and then we proceed with private members' motions during the day. So, Honorable Speaker, I request Honorable Kagushia to second. Procedural motion.
Honorable Speaker, I do second the procedural motion to take place.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that this House resolves to exempt the business appearing as order numbers 9 and 11 in today's order paper for the from the provisions of Standing Order 43, being a Wednesday morning, a day allocated for business not sponsored by the majority or minority party or business sponsored by a committee. with a question? Okay. Honorable members, I now put the question that the House resolves to exempt the business appearing on order number 11 in today's order paper from the provisions of standing order number 43, being a Wednesday morning, a day allocated for business not sponsored by the majority or minority party or business sponsored by a committee. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, since the procedural motion has passed, it means order number 9 automatically falls. Let's move to the next order.
Order number 10, the Universities Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 64 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of Parliament to amend the Universities Act and for connected purposes. Order number 11, motion, debate on the President's address, day 2.
Did anyone have any time outstanding? I think Honorable Kainan, you had how many minutes left? Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hoping that issue has been resolved, Madam Speaker. I hope there will be some semblance of law and order. Madam Speaker, I want to join Kenyans, I want to join colleagues here in, it's difficult actually, I think you need to call to.
Order, honorable members, Honorable DK, Honorable Ochieng, Honorable Sirma, you have an opportunity to consult later on the matter, so kindly take your seat. Honorable members, let us be orderly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, STONA is a constitutional obligation of the President in line.
Honorable members, kindly consult in low tones.
Shall I?
Honorable members, Honorable Savula.
And it's taking my time.
Honorable Kandiye. Okay, proceed, Honorable Kainan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, STONA is a constitutional obligation of the President in line with Article 132(1)(c) of the Constitution, which mandates the President to report to the nation through Parliament on measures taken and progress achieved in realization of national values as set in the article, Madam. Madam, therefore, the President trusts in this address to the nation from the economic front has addressed so many issues which we need to internalize. The first issue, Madam Speaker, are the challenges facing the country, Madam Speaker. I don't know, there is still a lot of...
Honorable Member for Keses. Honorable Murui, kindly slow down on your consultation. Honorable DK, you will have an opportunity to consult on this matter during lunch break.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Keitany. Let us proceed. We are on a different matter altogether. You may proceed. You'll start again. You may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the President's address to the nation through Parliament, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a constitutional requirement. And we as members, as the representative of the people, pursuant to Article 1 of the Constitution, Madam Speaker, need to internalize this particular address in line with the expectation and the aspiration of the people of Kenya, Madam. The President has tried to address almost all issues from the economy to education, infrastructure, security, agriculture, and later on I'll address the issue of the lunar floods, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we must face the realities. This address, which is second after the Kenya Kwanza government actually came to power, addresses the silent issues that you have been avoiding. The silent issues, Madam Speaker, the role of independent institutions like the judiciary. I remember in the past, we were told we have 3 arms of government. There's still a problem. I don't know what we are going to do.
Honorable Muhia.
But it will be futile to...
Honorable Kandiye. Just proceed and ignore them because we can hear you.
In the past, when we were in school, Madam Speaker, we were told we have 3 arms of government. The judiciary, the legislature, and the executive. These days, we have many other arms of government. We have the independent institutions which have actually taken over the role of many of the other 3 arms. We also have the members of the Fourth Estate. We have the NGO community. But Madam Speaker, one thing that we must address as a nation is the role and the independent mandate of the judiciary. And this is one thing that the government, the President has, over the last few months, has attempted actually to solidify and address. And we are glad that the role of the judiciary is being addressed without demeaning them, without downgrading them. They are being funded. And that is meant actually to provide a neutral appetite to the other arms of government. And therefore, that is commendable. Madam Speaker, the other bit is the issue of affordable housing. We are aware that there has been challenges. Where I come from, Madam Speaker, before a few years ago, 2 things were foreign: tarmac roads and decent housing, Madam Speaker. Luckily, because of devolution, right now we have seen elements of tarmac road. And right now, because of this concept of affordable housing, we have been told, and we have huge chunk of land, Madam Speaker. We hope and pray that our region will get facilities through this affordable housing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the other issue is the issue of national security. In the past, Kenya is a responsible member of the international community. Not only a responsible member, Madam Speaker, Kenya has been a frontline state. Kenya has been an infrastructural hub. Kenya has been a security hub. Kenya has been a conferencing hub. Meaning we enjoy a special status, Madam Speaker, as a country, and this unique position must be appreciated by the leadership. And the President in his address, without prejudice, without anticipating debate on the issue of Haiti, on this, we need to understand how Kenya's position, how Kenya's image has been projected. First, over the last 1 year, Madam Speaker, we were a member of the United Nations Security Council. That is a coveted position which many African countries or many third world countries have been struggling to realize. We achieved it. And therefore, our position as a responsible member of the international community must at all times be projected, protected, and promoted. This, Madam Speaker, this can only come if we really appreciate that dynamic role of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad that the President has alluded to this, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the issue of defense and security, Kenya is in the midst of many countries that has been bedeviled by security challenges. Look at our neighbors. Look at what has happened in Ethiopia recently. Look at what is happening right now in the Sudan. Look at what has happened in the Congo. Look at what has happened in Somalia. It's because of this that, Madam Speaker, every effort must be made to protect our international border, Mr. Speaker. Both internal security and international border. And this is why, this is one of the areas that the President has also alluded to. Madam Speaker, the issue of provision of affordable health care is something that all of us are yearning for. Recently, we passed a number of legislations, and I hope this will inject professionalism, efficiency, and efficacy, Madam Speaker, so that those Kenyans, those I think today is a bad day for the members, Madam Speaker. Members are still consulting loudly, and therefore what we are saying, even that may not even make sense. I hope you will. Madam Speaker, the issue of affordable health care is a constitutional requirement, Madam Speaker, and this is one thing that the President has also alluded to. Madam Speaker, the issue of national debt. I'm glad you know that you have taken a bit of my time, so I hope you will, yes.
Kindly add him some time because he's been interrupted. Can give him another 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, the issue of national debt. This regime inherited a struggling economy, and we must say the truth. I'm glad that yesterday the leader of majority has emphatically said that Kenya is not going to default and join the league of many countries that have been degraded, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a reality. One thing that has given us leverage over the years as a responsible nation, Madam Speaker, is because of our commitment to our international obligation. Madam Speaker, the government should do everything possible to make sure Kenya does not default in our international obligation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, without this, even the little that we have been enjoying, what has remained from high inflation, Madam Speaker, what is remaining from the high cost of living will be eaten once we default. Madam Speaker, the other bit that the President has also alluded to is the issue of digitization of government services. Madam Speaker, this is also critical. We are living in the era of the digital world. This must be felt at the villages, Madam Speaker, and this is one thing that every Kenyan is yearning for. Madam Speaker, having said this, recently I was taken aback, Madam Speaker, on the conflict, in particular by the meteorological department, Madam Speaker, and the report that they gave. Madam Speaker, we, the people of Northern Kenya, have had a very challenging history. Recently, our area was affected by drought. Right now, we are suffering because of El Nino. Madam Speaker, we expected the President, in his speech, also to include the issue of El Nino floods, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today as we speak, 90% of our region, Madam Speaker, is completely cut off from the rest of Kenya. Madam Speaker, I know we don't have time and the provision to amend this. Madam Speaker, we hope and we appreciate the government has declared the El Nino floods a national disaster. Madam Speaker, that has yet to bring in any meaningful assistance to the region, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we hope the ministry is concerned, the Ministry of ASAL, Office of the Deputy President, Madam Speaker, Office of the President, the Ministry of Infrastructure, will put their house in order and ensure that the people of Northern Kenya who have been cut off completely by the El Nino floods get assistance, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is this thing that is really, I know very soon we'll be talking about the outbreak of cholera, dysentery, and other diseases, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, right now as we speak, the main road from Nairobi, Mwingi, Garissa, Wajir is completely cut off. Even the little tarmac that we have had, Madam Speaker, has been completely washed away. Madam Speaker, we hope and pray that this issue of El Nino floods will be taken seriously by the government, and now that they have declared this area a disaster zone, the necessary government services should also be provided, Madam Speaker, to the villagers, so that people also appreciate the presence of government, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, time for politics is over. I want to ask those who are still determined to rubbish everything that the government does, to give the government an opportunity to do their mandate, and when the time comes, you'll get an opportunity to interrogate them and evaluate them on the basis of their performance. Madam Speaker, in the African culture, when an institution like government or the people decide through elections to vote in a particular way, that particular way must also be respected. And this is why we are saying, allow the government to function. If they don't perform, you will have an opportunity in 2027. For now, this government has been duly elected. Allow them to function, allow them to do their work, allow them to operate. If they don't perform, let's undertake our responsibility as a responsible opposition. If we rubbish everything if we rubbish everything that the government does, then I can assure you there will be no need for elections. Allow them to function, critique them, evaluate them, both summatively, formatively. If they don't perform, you will have an opportunity. For now, this is their platform. Their platform is what they have said. And this is one thing that should be supported. I support the report.
Honorable Member for Laikipia West, Honorable Ashira Karani. Oh, are you not ready?
I'm ready. The presidential speech.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will start by applauding His Excellency the President for his fantastic speech. And this is one example where I've seen that the President has really done something good. for the first time, I've seen discipline in the promises that has been given. For example, the president gave a promise when he was campaigning that he will appoint 6 judges to the Court of Appeal. And true to his word, the first thing that he did after swearing in is to go and call for the swearing of the 6 judges. The same time, Madam Speaker, the judiciary had requested for more fundings, and His Excellency the President agreed and asked this House to hand some 3 billion, which we did. The other thing I find in the speech, and I really appreciate, is the one on fertilizer. Madam Speaker, I come from a constituency that does a lot of farming, and I can tell you this is a program that has been approved by the farmers. The way the farmers have been registered, the 5.5 million farmers who have been registered, they received their fertilizer, and the reduction of the price from 6,500 to 2,500. I happen to be one of the farmers who benefited from the program. I can assure you, Madam Speaker, this is something that is helping the farmers a lot. With that, I support, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member for Navokolo. Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to appreciate the President's speech as detailed in this House, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, thank that he took his 1 hour and 6 minutes and made use of it and addressed the nation within the provisions of Article 132, particularly Section C, which gives him the mandate, Honorable Speaker, to highlight what he has done and what he intends to do. Honorable Speaker, in the speech which the President delivered in this House, I have 2 or 3 observations to make. First, to appreciate him, the issue of teachers. I come from an area, my constituency is full of graduate teachers and even primary school teachers. And Honorable Speaker, when he took the initiative to employ more than 56,000 teachers, I want to appreciate and say that's a good thing, which indeed my constituency, we saw the employment of very many teachers from there, those who had not been employed before. Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank the President on the highlight in terms of farming. Particularly, Honorable Speaker, the stage he took to release the debt of very many sugar factories, Honorable Speaker, 118 billion shillings is not a walk in the park. It takes somebody to really put his foot down and do it. And Honorable Speaker, having taken that bold step and done the release of 117 billion debt, I just want to request, Honorable Speaker, that indeed let him complete the journey by really pushing on the issue of leasing, so that, Honorable Speaker, the balance sheet of these 5 factories is going to be good enough to attract, Honorable Speaker, the investors now to put in money and take over the running of these factories. Honorable Speaker, the only thing that now arises, which I did not see, is the reprimand. I want, Honorable Speaker, the government to reprimand. How did this 117 billion shilling come about? Who did these losses? How did it happen? Honorable Speaker, when you are selling cane, you must sell cane to the factory or deliver cane to the factory. You either have to get the sugar produced or the money paid. When you go to the stores, there is no sugar, but there is also no money in the pockets of farmers. Who took away this money? It's important, Honorable Speaker, that whereas we appreciate the President's speech very much, that he released the 117, but the question is, we want the institutions charged with responsibility to help the President reprimand those who stole that money. How did it come about that it was misappropriated? Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank the President in the manner in which he reported to the House the issue of repayment of debts, national debt, the repayment of the more than 500 billion to the Euro bond issues. It's a good move, Honorable Speaker. When a country like ours is put in the red, it's not only the country, Honorable Speaker, it's even those in private sector. We have business people who are doing offshore tradings, who are investing using foreign banks. And Honorable Speaker, when our country is in the red, definitely individual rating also comes down. So it's important to thank the President that he has taken an initiative to tell the country that is going to pay the loan owed after the Euro bond. And Honorable Speaker, in the same footing, we should ask, did we spend the money well? How was the money from the Euro bond proceeds come into the country? Those are issues, Honorable Speaker, the relevant agencies must help the President to address. And also, Honorable Speaker, crucial now, henceforth, what are we likely to see? Let us see good use of public resources as and when the government borrows. Honorable Speaker, the issue that the President addressed in terms of farming, the issue of subsidized fertilizers or subsidies into the farming as a process, is a good thing, Honorable Speaker. Fertilizer was 7,500 very recently. Now, the government has brought it down to 2,500 per bag. Indeed, Honorable Speaker, it has a replica. When you come to my constituency, you see a change. Most of the people have afforded it now to buy and invest into the agriculture sector. Myself, I'm a farmer. I was able to access it, Honorable Speaker. It's a good thing. Let's encourage it to go on. But, Honorable Speaker, let's also ask the government to go further and say we don't just end up at the county headquarters. Like Kakamega, Honorable Speaker, we were only able to collect from Kakamega. Some of the stores which are now coming, were supposed to come down to the sub-counties, were not available. So let's ask the government, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that we now move down to the people and deliver fertilizer or any subsidy as close as possible, not to end up at the county level, Honorable Speaker. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the President's speech and appreciate and thank him for that speech. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I support.
The Honorable David Kiplagat, member for Soy. Okay, next is I have the Honorable Dorothy Kiara. Okay, somebody should pull out DK's card.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate and laud the President for his very elaborate message to the Kenyans 1 year after getting into office. Honorable
Professor Kipto, Barto, you have pressed the button and then now she's leaving. That's fine.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, the Kenya Kwanza regime aimed at addressing 3 primary challenges: external shocks, physical distress, and structural imbalances. The national revenue, Honorable Speaker, is 2.4 trillion, and our debt redemption is 1.2 trillion. I have the revenue. And the interest is around 600 billion, Honorable Speaker, a quarter of the revenue. Part of the measures taken are to subsidize production, to ensure agriculture transformation, and putting money into those at the bottom of the pyramid. Honorable Speaker, I'm saying this because when the President was campaigning, he campaigned on the platform of the bottom-up economy. Honorable Speaker, by increasing the velocity of money into the market, this is what will revive our economy when we look at what has happened even in other countries like East Asia, where industrialization took place alongside green revolution. Additionally, Honorable Speaker, the government aims at addressing the forex risk as an important driver of the microeconomic instability. Honorable Speaker, having listened keenly to the address by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya, I noted he is very key in 3 areas, Honorable Speaker. 1, the issue of job creation to our youth was not a myth, but a reality that His Excellency has tried to address. Honorable Speaker, as we speak, we all appreciate the 56,000 jobs that are already in existence, courtesy of what the President promised when he was signing the Education Charter during his campaign. Honorable Speaker, other than the 56,000 teachers, the President has gone ahead to give Kenyans hope in an education system that the Kenyans were not very sure it will succeed. Honorable Speaker, the President came in office amidst a lot of disquiet in the moment when people are not sure that the curriculum-based, the competence-based curriculum will succeed. Honorable Speaker, the President, in his wisdom, after ensuring that 56,000 teachers are employed, he also went ahead and made sure that the stalemate that was there in allowing our children to go to teacher training colleges, which had stored for 3 years, he lifted that, Honorable Speaker, and today we have a total of 20,456 teachers being trained as diploma teachers to handle the curriculum-based, the competence-based curriculum. Honorable Speaker, apart from the teachers, Honorable Speaker, we note that investing also in the substantive blue economy is thus very critical in the survival of our world and humanity. Honorable Speaker, the Kenya Kwanza government and the President of the Republic of Kenya is very key at ensuring that we invest in our waters and in our oceans. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I am proud to be associated with what the President is currently doing, investing and bringing up 22,000 new fish landing sites. These sites will not only create an opportunity for our youth to get employment, they will also be a source of revenue for this country because the production of fish is very, very critical in our country. Honorable Speaker, I want to end by saying His Excellency the President also in the education sector has ensured that every person in this country gets an opportunity to be in a credible institution.
I'll give her 1 minute to finish the sentence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this is the reason why, Honorable Speaker, I wrote His Excellency, because the promise of the Open University has become a reality. And Honorable Speaker, by January next year, we will proudly invite 1,000 students who will be registered, thus fulfilling Article 43 of our Constitution. Honorable Speaker, in the matter of addressing corruption, which puts the government at the bands as a house, we can assist the government greatly by finalizing on the asset declaration and conflict of interest bill to further tighten anti-corruption policy framework and eliminate space for corruption and achieve the bottom-up transformation agenda. Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Naivasha, Honorable Jane Kihara. Honorable Kibagendi, you're number 4
Madam
on the
Speaker.
list. I'm following the list. So you
Madam
can't protest
Speaker, thank you very much.
Time. Proceed, Honorable Kihara.
Very much for giving me this chance just to talk about the presidential address. Madam Speaker, I was not in the House when it was delivered. I was out of the country. But being part of the Kenya Kwanza government and the plan, I know whatever the president said is in line with what he promised Kenyans. And it is my support, being a staunch supporter of Kenya Kwanza government, to support the issues he said, the deliverables that I have seen, especially on the side of education. Madam Speaker, this is the highest number of teachers we have seen employed since we got independence. Madam Speaker, the fertilizer reduction of price from 6,500 to 2,500 tells me that Kenyans will have food security and also employment. We know agriculture is one big employer, and as it has been said, the education, the CBC, some of us would not even understand what it was. But when he came, he restructured to our understanding, and now we know the benefits because we are able to address it. We address to the talents of the people. The challenges that we have gotten, Madam Speaker, from COVID-19 and the drought has taught us many lessons. Madam Speaker, on Monday we had a public holiday to plant trees. He has been talking, the President has been talking about environment, climate change. I would like to thank him for giving us that day, and we saw it that actually everybody was out to plant trees. That tells us that we are going to address the climate change, we are going to have more forest cover, and I think this is what that he's been talking about. About the economy, yes, it has not picked up, but we are optimistic that this is going to happen. We need to give the government a bit of time. My biggest worry is corruption. Madam Speaker, there has to be a splendid way of addressing corruption, because this is something that has not come out very clearly, because we don't want him to be seen to addressing corruption and not taking action. We'd like action to be taken to those ones who are pulling him down when he's addressing the economy of this country. And having not been around here and not had a chance, I'm just looking at this print. But even from the side headings, subheadings, it tells me that this country is headed for greater heights. Madam Speaker, I support. Thank you.
The Honorable Rachel Nyamai, member for Kitui, not yet. Okay, I think we can go to the Honorable member for Gatanga, Wakili Muriu. After that, we'll have Charles Ngusia and then Anthony Kibagendi, going like that.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the presidential speech to the nation, which was in compliance with Article 132 of our Constitution. And Madam Speaker, I have got two issues which I'd like this country to understand, stemming from the presidential speech. Number one, Madam Speaker, we need to appreciate that the Constitution 2010 came with an expanded government, and therefore an expanded expenditure, which was not matched by the generation of revenue. And therefore, the first two terms from 2010 to 2022, when this constitution was being implemented, it meant that the government then had to borrow tremendously to ensure that they are able to cover the huge expenditure of running a bloated government to a tune of 10 trillion. Madam Speaker, the President addressed that issue very critically, because he said very clearly, though the previous government had borrowed heavily to a tune of close to about 10 trillion, this country cannot afford to continue borrowing, because you cannot be able, number one, continue borrowing to support the consumption. And Madam Speaker, he also addressed the issue on what is the country doing to ensure that we do not go to the direction of Zimbabwe, direction of Zambia, direction of Ghana, direction of Greece, and even Sri Lanka, where those countries have defaulted on their national debt obligation, and therefore their rating in the international financial institutions have come down crumbling. And Madam Speaker, it's good to mention this, that if there is an existential danger of this country, is that our debt. And I think, Madam Speaker, the President has addressed that issue succinctly, in the sense that we need, number one, to raise our own revenue. Number two, we need to have the sight of our debt in such a way that we are ready to pay our debts when they fall due. Madam Speaker, you find that the Eurobond is falling due, and the President assured this country that that amount of money, the government is ready to pay that debt. Because the danger of not paying that debt, Madam Speaker, is that this country, it will lose its own sovereignty in the eyes of the financial institutions. Today, we are complaining about high taxation, but the consequence of defaulting in terms of paying tax, paying the debt, is that, number one, there will be spiral inflation, And number two, our children will be highly dilapidated in terms of value. And number four, Madam Speaker, in the eyes of international standards, this country will be downgraded. And therefore, the fact that the president say, look, we need to ensure, number one, digitize our revenue, so at least there is no revenue leakage. And number two, ensure that our debts are paid at the right time. Madam Speaker, that is a step in the right direction. The second issue, Madam Speaker, is that the president addressed the issue of education. Education, Madam Speaker, is the equalizer between the rich and the poor. A country can only be able to progress if it has people or population which is well educated. And therefore, the fact that we are able to plug 600 billion in this financial year to support the education, the fact that we've been able to ensure that we have employed 56,000 new teachers under TSC to educate our children, we are putting the right steps in the right direction. Finally, Madam Speaker, it's about the food. We can talk about many things, Madam Speaker, but if this country is hungry, a hungry man is an angry man. And that issue that has been addressed by the president by making sure that we have cheap fertilizer for our people. Madam Speaker, finally, is about the youth unemployment, which is a big problem in this country. And the fact that there's intervention on digitization, the EPZ, the housing programs, which again is addressing the issue of employment, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the president's speech. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Member for Mwingi West, Honorable Charles Ngusia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this presidential speech, Madam Speaker. Coming from one of the smartest politicians I've ever seen in this country, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto. Madam Speaker, if I can rate the president politically, he is scoring 100%. Economically, below average. Socially, below average. But Madam Speaker, let me engage on the issues of speech. I will appreciate the expression which came out in regards to agriculture. The issues of subsidized fertilizer. Madam Speaker, this one was done. But Madam Speaker, there is still need to stress out. Majority of this country's agricultural inputs doesn't rely much on fertilizer, Madam Speaker. We need a lot to be done in arid and semi-arid zones, Madam Speaker. Issues of provision of water instead of fertilizer could actually boost our agricultural productivity. Then there was issue in agriculture, which His Excellency touched, Madam Speaker, and expansion of post-harvest storage facilities. Madam Speaker, this has been done, but there is need for equitable distribution of the same across the country. Only few areas have experienced the benefit. We need to see things happening all over the country without discrimination or favor. The issues of community health workers, Madam Speaker, that's positive to our country. And that is one thing I just allowed our president. We have seen it happening in the country, and we need it enhanced to ensure that the project is sustainable. Madam Speaker, there are issues of education. Yes, we have implemented a new curricular activity in terms of education, 55,000 teachers employed. But we have come short of expressing who are these teachers employed in terms of ethnic balance, regional balance, and many other things, Madam Speaker. It is high time we interrogate this, and I have seen there's still bias in it, Madam Speaker. STOT project, which is infrastructure. I recall our CS, Murkomen, when he was on the floor of the House he stressed out the need to complete STOT projects in this country. And Madam Speaker, in my constituency, I'm one of the mostly and first affected by this STOT project, the Kabat Migwani Bondoni Road, which is supposed to connect 8 counties, Madam Speaker. There is need for President to come out clearly and explore a good strategy on how he is going to complete the issues of STOT project, Madam Speaker. And I know this is not only affecting Mwingi West, it is affecting the whole countries. The previous administration started so many projects, and if we don't complete them, we will be wasting public resources, Madam Speaker. There's need to follow the Vision 2030 project, which was initiated by President Mwai Kibaki. Madam Speaker, the issues of electrification should have come out clearly on how we are going to deal with the issues of blackouts, issues of new project in this. We need to connect each and every Kenyan with electricity, Madam Speaker. I never heard of that being stressed, Madam Speaker. Of course, the climax of the debate, and I would like to agree with the present state, we must admit that as a country, we had been living large and way beyond our means. The time has come, therefore, to retire the false comforts and illusionary benefits of wasteful expenditure and counterproductive subsidies on consumption, which we dunk ourselves deeper into the hole of avoidable deaths, Madam Speaker.
Allow him a minute to complete his sentence.
I acknowledge, Madam Speaker, what the President said, and I really empathize with this country. We need to pay all the debts, and I'm praying for the success of this country, because the success of Kenya will be success of everybody, whether you are supporting government or you are against the government. Let us pray for the success of Kenya, for the benefits of our Kenyan, and let us pay debts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Kitutu Churches South, Honorable Anthony Kibagendi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Also contribute to this. While we appreciate that Kenya is a continuous work in progress, we must also agree and be able to do things in the right way and use the right terminologies. When the President stated here that the government has employed close to 60,000 teachers, that was inappropriate, because the only teachers that have been employed are about 10,000. The rest of the teachers are on internship program. The other thing that the President did not address was on matters national cohesion and national integration.
What is your point of order, Honorable Bayer?
Honorable Speaker, I think this is a house of records. This is a house that relies on data. This is a house of truth. For the Honorable Kibagendi to rise on his place and claim that what the President said in terms of the 60,000, approximately 6,000 teachers being employed is incorrect, is actually trying to lower the dignity of this house, because the statistics are there. TSC would give you the statistics that the people that are employed as interns are different from the ones that have been given PPP jobs. And the information is out there and everybody knows about it. But to disparage the presidential speech to say such things as he says is actually out of order. Unless the Honorable Kibagendi substantiates, I think it is good manners to withdraw untruths. So I would really ask either get the data from TSC, bring it here so that it shows us these are permanent and pensionable and these are PMP. What he has said should be expunged from the record of the House. Thank you and apologize.
Honorable Kibagendi, do you have confirmation from TSC that no teachers were in fact employed, but that they were interns? Yes or no? Do you have?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm one of the youngest members of parliament who is
hold
on research.
Honorable Kibagendi.
Yes, it is factual
Honorable
that 9,100 teachers were employed on permanent basis. The rest are interns. That is the truth.
Honorable Kibagendi,
yes.
If you make that allegation, you have the duty to substantiate.
So
you should have.
That is the truth, Madam Speaker.
No, I'm not asking for you to say the truth from yourself. You should have a document or
it is
from the
that
TSC
one,
site.
It is even in all sites, in all websites,
no,
even in
we don't talk about. We are talking about the official TSC. Do you have an official?
Madam Speaker, these
TSC?
Are the facts. These are the facts.
We'll ask you to withdraw that, unless you can bring it back later if you have it.
I can bring it back later.
Okay, now withdraw.
Okay, I withdraw. Do I proceed? But Madam Speaker, while at it, when they talk about 60,000 teachers, we did not see them substantiating the claims, because even that is a claim. But let me proceed. The President did not address the issue of national cohesion and equitable distribution of national resources and job opportunities. We've had a committee here in Parliament demonstrate that jobs were created, a few jobs that were created at KRA were unfairly distributed amongst a few communities, which I thought the President, that's a national issue, he should have addressed. The other thing is about the President being misinformed by those who give him data on the issue of the gentleman called Karisa from Coast Province, who has accessed 714 million from the Hustler Fund. That 714,000, who wanted to be given more access to be able to purchase a tuk-tuk. With 714,000, that gentleman can actually buy 2 of those tools of trade that he can use to generate income. What I can say again is that the government hasn't given clear indicators on job creation for youth. When the President talks about 50,000 jobs created in the construction industry, not all young Kenyans, not all youth are fundis. Most young Kenyans would hope to get job opportunities far beyond the construction industry. And the President ought to also have spoken about job losses in the steel industry, in the banking industry, and in the various industries that we've had job losses.
What's your point of order, Honorable Nyamai?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I have interrupted my colleague, the Honorable Kibagendi, again on matter of fact. When I look at the presidential speech on page 12 and 13, the President has specifically talked about different cadres of our youths, talking about the Juakali sector and going further to explain about engineers, architects, quantity surveyors and all that. Is it in order, Honorable Speaker, for the Honorable Kibagendi to only go to the negatives and ignore all the positives? For example, what is on page 12 and page 13 as clearly stipulated. Honorable Speaker, is it in order?
Your point of order, Honorable Dawood.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Kibagendi has misrepresented those facts. It's on page 11, number 40.
Honorable Kibagendi, you want to make reference to the speech? You've looked at it?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is something that I've read severally. I listened to the President, and I know what I'm talking about. When I talk about Honorable Nyamai, what Honorable Nyamai has asked, it's the entire of what she's talking about is around the construction industry, and that is what I clearly stated. Job opportunities that young people in Kenya need are beyond the construction industry. When you talk about quantity surveyors, engineers, it is purely in the construction industry. And on the issue that Honorable Member from Meru has raised is that at this point, Karisa is able to access 714 million, not in total. It is at this point that is able to access that. So that should be able to guarantee the gentleman an opportunity to buy 2 motorbikes. For me to get to the... yes.
Honorable Kibagendi, if someone accesses an amount of money, it is for them to decide what they shall buy with it, not for you to tell them what is a better idea, because you're not in his business. So I think you're really over-speculating on that one. Huh? Yeah,
Thank
so
you,
just
Madam
proceed.
Speaker. Thank you, Madam
and
Speaker.
stick to factual things that are in the speech.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah. Leave out your speculation.
The problem here, Madam Speaker, is we are accepting speculation from those that are supporting the president and not agreeing to the facts that I'm presenting. But let me proceed. We are saying the government is late on its promises and its bills. And it is time the government transformed its lofty visions into actual projects and services to the people of this republic that gave them an opportunity to serve. Thank you, Madam Speaker, despite all the interruptions. Thank you.
The Honorable Rachel Nyamai. You'll be next, Honorable Murugara.
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much for also indulging me earlier. First of all, I would like to congratulate the President and start by saying that it is not easy, Honorable Speaker, to lead a country. It is very difficult to lead. And it is easier to oppose, to say no to everything that is done. So I would like to take this opportunity as the member for Kitui South to congratulate the President for the first 1 year, from where he started, at the situation that he found the country, and where he has been able to push the country this far. Honorable Speaker, he was able, the President, His Excellency, the President was able to put down matters of this country from health to security to agriculture and to everything that pertains to this country in only 1 hour and 6 minutes, Honorable Speaker. And I would like to say that, to congratulate him for that. Madam Speaker, I will go to matters that touch on my constituency directly and start with the issue of employment of teachers. I would like to thank the President because I have seen teachers employed in my constituency, in primary schools, in secondary schools, in both Ikoda and Mutoma sub-counties, and also in the newly registered JSS schools. And I would like to just call for more, that when another opportunity comes, Honorable Speaker, be it teachers being permanently employed, be it teachers being on temporary employment, I am welcoming employment of all teachers in whichever way in my constituency, because my constituency and many other constituencies in rural areas are highly understaffed. Honorable Speaker, I will go also direct to the matter of reduction of cost of fertilizer. Madam Speaker, we are aware that fertilizer in this country about a year ago cost 6,500 shillings, and it has now been pushed down by the President to 2,500. Honorable Speaker, this is a reduction of 4,000 shillings. The other part which I would like to congratulate the President is because of working together and collaborating with counties. Because we used to have patches of fertilizer in other times, But this time, fertilizer is purchased. The president is able to work with the counties, and we are able to see distribution of fertilizer in our counties. And with the rains, the current rains, Honorable Speaker, we are looking forward to increased production of maize, especially in Kitui County. We look forward to increased production of maize. Honorable Speaker, we have also seen reduction of the cost of unga from 250 per packet, which was impossible. Now, Madam Speaker, this has gone to an average of about 150, and we cannot take this for granted. During the time that we were campaigning, Madam Speaker, it was 250, and now the price has gone to 150. I believe that it will go lower. What we can ask for is further reduction of cost of goods that are used within the households, and we'd like to ask the President to also look at this. Honorable Speaker, I would like to say that as a member of Parliament and as a member of Kitui South and also a member of various committees in this House, I would like to thank the President for giving us a product from his travels abroad. Madam Speaker, there is no way the President can make multilateral and bilateral agreements when he is seated here. We have seen these agreements that have been made, and we are looking forward to seeing possibilities of more business in this country within our business women and men who have really been looking forward to these agreements being done, agreements on taxation and others. Honorable Speaker, I would also like to say that another product of travel is that there is no way the President can sit down and not engage IMF, DFID, ADB. It is by these travels that the President has been able to engage, come with agreements that are going to be useful for this country, signed loans that are going to be useful so that we can have development. As I finish, Madam Speaker, I would like to say that the housing sector is going to give us various houses, social housing, affordable housing, and also the market rate housing. It is also going to give jobs to our children, those who are in the Juakali sector, and also our highly educated young people who are engineers and all the other high cadre, those who have done very high-level degrees. So it is taking care of Juakali, and it's also taking care of those who are highly educated. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity.
The Honorable Sir George Murugara, member for Tharaka.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, last Thursday we had the State of the Nation address by His Excellency the President, and we are required to debate this particular speech for the next 3 days. Madam Speaker, I know many people will say we are giving His Excellency the President accolades where they are not due, but I got to start by saying, number one, the speech was given in a timely space of time because Kenyans are expectant. They want to hear what this government has done for the last 1 year. And it is not just the government. We as members of Parliament are also being called to book, to tell constituents what we have done this 1 year. A paragraph on foreign relations, very important, because we live in a global community where we must relate well with other countries in the universe. And we have heard Kenyans, some of them complain that the president has made too many trips abroad. We must make friends on the globe. We must also attract other countries to come and invest in our country. This way, we will be able to grow our economy, our jobs will be much better as they are, and therefore, I believe it is welcome. I submit it's welcome for the president to be visiting these countries. A little bit off the line is the issue of Haiti, where our police officers are supposed to go and try to bring that country to order. There has been debate on this from all quarters, from all levels, and what comes out is clear that Kenya has not volunteered itself. It is the international community that has asked us to actually send our police officers to Haiti so that they are able to help that country bring law and order. And our police officers are more than willing to go there. We are not incurring any expenses. We are training them, and we have done it before. We have had our police officers go to other countries. They have actually provided the required peace. We have had our forces go to other countries, and they have done a fantastic job, including Africa, Liberia, Sierra Leone, everywhere else, Europe. We were in Bosnia, we were in Herzegovina, and now as we speak, we are back in Africa. Now we should be harvesting. There are lots of water. That is always means and ways of harvesting water that will be used in northeastern Kenya, water that will be used in my region, in the constituency of Tharaka, and water that will be used everywhere else it is needed. For my constituency, I call upon the government this speech tried to touch on all spheres of life in the country, and what we need to say is, let us wait with the hope we were given by His Excellency the President. I support.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Andrew Okuome, member for Karachuonyo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to put my word on a presidential address to the nation. Madam Speaker, I do know and I acknowledge the fact that Kenyans are a proud people. They want to see the best for this nation. They are crying out for the cost of fuel. Madam Speaker, the President avoided to talk on this. And yet it is fuel which is igniting this suffering to the Kenyan population. Yes, the President has said, and it is the policy of the government, that they cannot subsidize consumption. They want to subsidize production. Yes, that might look very good. But using this wholesale is not addressing the Kenyans' interest. Have in mind the same fuel I'm talking about. It is a very, very essential, commodity the Kenyan need. In fact, here is where the President should come up with a full control so that people don't suffer. Because once this goes out of the way, the life goes out of the way as well. Before, in the last regime, they subsidized petrol. And I was told if you do this, you are not going to make Kenya competitive. Yet, at that time, when subsidy was being given for petrol, and Kenyan shillings was also supported, we remained competitive a lot more than we are today. If somebody wants to find for me why I'm saying that, you are here who has been with us all along the road, have left us. They are now importing their own fuel direct. And the price they are paying is now lower. Why are we pricing ourselves out of the world market by weakening the Kenya shillings? Kenya shillings should be supported by the government and not let.
The Honorable Gladys Boss, member for Uasin Gishu.
Important matter. A matter that is clearly provided for in Article 132 of our Constitution, that requires the president to report through a State of the Nation address or an address to the nation all measures taken and the progress achieved in the measures in the report and the progress in the report are required by the same Article 132 to be gazetted in the official Kenya Gazette. So for those such as Honorable Kibagendi, who are alluding to the fact that the facts in the report are not accurate, must understand that this is a legal document. It is a Gazette notice, which means should you have any challenge about it, you can legally challenge the publication in the Gazette and that line, and then request for an order that an addendum or a corrigenda be put in the official Kenya Gazette. It cannot be by simply raising superfluous statements here in the House. It must be factual. So I dare those to do that. Honorable Speaker, as I rise to lend my voice to this debate, I wish to use this opportunity to congratulate the head of state for this exemplary speech. The head of state was honest of the fact that he took over a government that was having fiscal challenges, that he took over a government that was having a sinking economy, that he took over a government that was wrought with unemployment, that he took over a government that we had challenges in our education sector. He took over a government that we had challenges in our health sector. He was honest about it. He did not say that it's a rosy picture. He also indicated, and we know for a fact, that there were two choices. Either the head of state buries his head in the sand, decides to be a popular leader, and continue subsidies, subsidizing petroleum, subsidize food, so that everyone can clap and cheer on. But that was not going to be sustainable. Eventually, the country would have sunk. There was the other choice which he has taken, to undertake serious interventions and focus on certain programs that may be painful in the short run, but will pay off in the long run with a complete economic transformation of this country. Honorable Speaker, what is positive about the report is that it addresses the challenges that Kenyans had. Kenyans have had challenges with education, both the funding to education and their own ability to pay. Kenyans have had a challenge with affordable credit. Kenyans have had a challenge with affordable housing and housing in general. Kenyans have had a challenge with health care. Kenyans have had a challenge with the agriculture sector, which is the backbone of our economy. Kenyans have had a challenge with services and many other challenges. In setting out the measures taken, the President has given us the interventions that have been undertaken by government, which he leads, on the education sector. One is the shortage of teachers by the employment of 56,000 plus or thereabouts teachers, the retraining of 8,200 teachers, and then on the university education, we all know that our universities were going bankrupt.
Please give her 3 more minutes. You had, please give her the mic.
Okay, thank you for that. And with that, we knew that our universities had debts. And now universities are being funded because the funding methodology is student-centered. So the funding follows the student. not funding even when you don't have students. Also, the establishment of COOPs, which has ensured that we have a central admission system that is able to ensure that students are able to get full access to scholarships to study. Also, access to education by having the Open University being chartered. Affordable credit has been resolved by establishment of the Hustler Fund and also by bearing pressure to the various fintechs who have since reduced the interest rates. On affordable housing, which not only creates employment, but also it ensures that we realize Article 43 of our Constitution that says every Kenyan has a right to housing that has sanitation and is affordable. The revolution of NHIF to ensure universal health care by establishment of the Social Insurance Fund, the Facilities Fund, and the Digital Fund will go a long way in ensuring that every Kenyan has access to health care. And the establishment of the Kenya Health Human Resources Advisory Council, it will help the inequality that exists in the human resources of the health sector. Agriculture has been revamped through the sugar, the rescuing of the sugar companies, the coffee, the cherry coffee fund, coolers being put there and dryers for farmers, and also the fertilizer subsidy. Improvement of services through digitization to wananchi is also welcome. And lastly, fiscal policy interventions. One, ensuring that we normalize our relations with the International Monetary Fund. And lastly, the Eurobond, that for the first time we have paid a quarter of the amount installment, and that the promise that we shall retire the Eurobond by June of next year. Thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, from my left, number 1 to 12 are on the left side. So I'll purposively go and pick a few members from my left. Majority of those who have interest, who have indicated interest from number 1, almost from number 1 to 12 are on my left. So honorable members, I will go to the member, Honorable Parasina Sakimba, member for Kajiado South. Is he in the house? All right.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll also stand to make some comments on the President's address to the nation, when the President came here and addressed the nation. And on that one, I would like to make some few comments. One, I was impressed on the issue of Inspector General making him an accounting officer, and thus achieving making the Police Service Commission to be independent. Number 2,
What is out of order, honorable member for Garissa?
Madam Speaker,
Is that the honorable member for Garissa?
Yes, honorable member for Garissa, Deko Baro.
Garissa Township.
Correct. Madam Speaker, while I respect your ruling, that you will be giving some members from the other side, who have just come into the chambers and were here since 9:30, it will be unfair. So consider consider, Madam Speaker, that some of us have been here since 9:30 waiting for the same chance. Thank you.
Well, honorable member for Garissa, you are not out of order. You are in order, and I will tell you that I'm going to consider that. I was just sensitive to the fact that all the interventions that I'm seeing are on my right, but I'll endeavor to do what I have said. So I'll stick to what I have said, but I'll take into consideration what you have said. Please proceed. The member who was on, that was the Honorable Parasina Sakimba, member for Kajiado. Please proceed.
Let me produce, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much. Like I was saying, I support the presidential address. One of the issue that I got to my attention is making the Inspector General of Police and Accounting Officer, making that institution fully independent. Number two, the repayment plan of paying the debts to a tune of 500 billion. So much welcome. And that is my plea that once that one is being executed, there are areas still which are under disadvantage. For example, in Kajiado South, whereby because of the heavy rain now, we are seeing a lot of damages to our roads, which make them impassable, and our people able to transport their food and produce. Madam Speaker, we are so much happy on the creation of 400 markets across the country. That one is going to enable our people to be able to transact well. We understand some of them are doing the kibandas, and it's making them not able to take advantage of the market because of challenges of weather. The other issue is about the ICT hub centers that the President was talking about them. This was going to make our country more digital and encourage our youth to take advantage of the issue of ICT, because the world is changing towards that area. The other issue is about the recruitment process of men and women in the uniform in the security sector. He said that 75% will be given to the people who are, or the recruits from NYS. That one is going to encourage our youth to participate in the program of NYS. Sometimes they say that there's nothing they gain from there apart from them going through small training. The issue is also the other advantage of that program, it is going to discourage a lot of corruption. Sometimes during the recruitment process, people are supposed to give money, people are supposed to do this and this, and people are given jobs on knowing who you know, and even selection being done in Nairobi. So by the time you're going to give NYS, we are going to pick the people who are so much interested in that job. The teachers, the issue of teachers is also very welcome. We are seeing this one bringing a lot of impact in our constituencies, and we also need to say if more chances are going to be available, this is very much welcome. Madam Speaker, we need to just to comment on the issue of the housing project. This issue of making that sure available, any person is given an opportunity to get a house is a good idea. But some of us who are coming from disadvantaged areas or far from the mainstream, main cities like Mombasa or Nairobi or Nakuru, like in Kajiado South, we need to see by when are we going to be reached in the program of housing, because that is also going to help our people, as we are going to see that. The issue of community health workers getting money, the 50-50 arrangement, that the county government gives 50%, something like 50%, and national government gives 50%. I can assure that those people are so much happy, and those are the programs that we need to encourage, and we are so happy. I will not take much time, because I see many members have interest. I support the presidential address to the nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Mary Maingi, member from where?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to comment on this very important presidential speech. Madam Speaker, during economic downturns, large corporations often lay off employees to cut down on costs and to maintain profitability. Small-scale businesses play a critical role in promoting economic resilience and stimulating economic growth. The President, in his address, mentioned about the exemplary performance of the Hustler Fund with a disbursement of 36.6 billion, 2.3 billion in savings, 7.5 million of repeat borrowers. and an overall repayment rate of up to 73%. I would also like to observe that the President, in his speech, mentioned about the passing into law of the Universal Health Care Bill. That constitutes of the Primary Health Care Act, the new Social Health Insurance Act, the Digital Health Act, the Facility Improvement Financing Act, to provide health care to all Kenyans. This, Madam Speaker, is going to see all Kenyans access quality health care in our health facilities. Majority of our Kenyans cannot even afford to get themselves to a health facility because they can't even afford fare. When we talk of promotive, preventive health care, we are going to see community health care workers go to people's doorstep and attend to people with minor ailments. And that is going to result into a very healthy workforce, because people who are not healthy cannot go to work. Madam Speaker, the President also mentioned about the employment of 56,750 teachers. This is going to reduce the deficit in our teaching staff, and as a result, we are going to have an improved teacher-student contact. Overall, we are going to have an improved quality of education in our learning institutions. Madam Speaker, allow me to congratulate the President in his speech, which was full of inspiration and hope for all Kenyans. And with that, Madam Speaker, I support.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Aden Mohamed, member for Wajir East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for affording me this opportunity. I stand to support the speech of His Excellency the President. There were so many good things in that speech: digital transformation, more teachers for our schools, universal health care, and all that. But Madam Speaker, and fertilizer for agriculture and for coffee and things like that. But Madam Speaker, I come from a region called Northern Kenya, a region that has been marginalized for so many years. Madam Speaker, I am cognizant of the fact that there was sessional paper number 10 of 1965, which has prioritized development along the railway line. A lot of the things that were in the President's speech look to be a duplicate of that sessional paper. Madam Speaker, 3/4 of this nation is arid and semi-arid, and the mainstay of that 3/4 of this nation is livestock. I have not heard any mention of the livestock industry in the President's speech. I find that is something that was omitted and something that should be of importance to this nation. Madam Speaker, our President is very strong on climate change. Actually, he is a global ambassador and champion on matters climate change. Our country is synonymous with our President's very eloquent elucidation of the vagaries of climate change. Unfortunately, one of the big manifestations of climate change in our country right now is the El Nino phenomena. Again, I have not heard or seen any mention of the El Nino phenomena that is ravaging our country in the President's speech. I implore the President and his team also to take these phenomena very seriously. Parts of my constituency and major parts of northern Kenya are now under floods. Over 50 people have lost, unfortunately, have lost their life because of floods. Madam Speaker, our nation is paying about 1.871 trillion in debt this year, the biggest burden this country is facing is the debt burden. While I applaud the efforts His Excellency is making in reducing our debt burden and paying off at least a quarter of the Eurobond in advance before its maturity date of 30th June of this year, of next year, I have not seen a correspondent reduction in our appetite for expenditure. While we are paying for every 100 shilling we collect, we are paying 81 shillings to service our debt. We are still, as a country, gobbling up expenditure for things that are not necessary. I also would like to see that a reduction in our expenditure so that we can at least maintain our debts at sustainable levels. Madam Speaker, other than those few remarks, I find that the presidential speech was full of things that was good for this country, and I support the speech. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Rahim Dawood, member for North Imenti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I want to congratulate His Excellency the President on his State of the Nation speech. Madam Speaker, the first thing when President was sworn in, he signed in 6 judges of the Court of Appeal who were pending prior in the other administration, as well as increasing the judiciary fund. He increased it by 3 billion shillings, Madam Speaker, and the judiciary under my sister C.J. Martha Koome has been doing exemplary well. Madam Speaker, the second thing His Excellency did, he made the IG, my brother again, IG Inspector Japhet Koome, as the accounting officer of the National Police Service as an independent away from Interior so that they can run their affairs properly. Madam Speaker, we have seen the expansion of the agriculture because of interventions which were done, reducing the fertilizer cost from 6,000 to 2,500, which have now resulted in an extra 18 million bags and more than 200,000 acres under maize production, Madam Speaker. That has even gone further to reduce the price of unga from 250, the highs of 250, to between 145 and 165, Madam Speaker. And I am really surprised, Madam Speaker, the opposition or the minority side have not acknowledged the reduction in prices of unga, which has been from the intervention of His Excellency the President. Madam Speaker, we have the affordable housing, and there are over 746,795 affordable houses in the pipeline, where these houses will create jobs for the Juakali sector. Not just create jobs, it will give a decent dwelling to the ones downtrodden, and the purchase is the ones who will be buying it. They will be buying it at the social housing will be at 3% interest, the affordable housing at 6% interest, and the market rates are 9%. So, Madam Speaker, it goes to show how much the President has thought about this affordable housing, because ordinarily anybody who goes to a bank will not get less than 12% interest on loans. Madam Speaker, we talk about universal health care, and I thank this House for passing the 4 health bills. And Madam Speaker, the government, together with the county governments, has looked forward at the community health promoters. We will be employing over 100,000 community health promoters who will nip in the bud the diseases. They will go to each and every village. Instead of somebody having to come long distances to hospitals, they will be getting maybe interventions so that it does not go very far, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the government of His Excellency the President has invested heavily in the ICT sector, and there we are going to be having 1,450 digital hubs, and over 25,000 free Wi-Fi hotspots. Madam Speaker, in my constituency, we have got already between 4 and 5 hotspots, free hotspots, which are assisting our market people and our residents in doing digital business. Madam Speaker, the government has got a very ambitious 100,000 kilometer fiber optic cables. Madam Speaker, the pensions we have is at the moment it's at 1.4 billion, but after coming into effect of the NSSF enhancements, we are at 6.5. Madam Speaker, the other thing is the markets and aggregation centers, which this government has brought forward. In my constituency, I've got 1 or 2 market aggregation centers, and I believe that is the way to go, and we thank His Excellency the President. Even in the digital, we've got more than 13,000 services which are now on e-citizen platform. So, Madam Speaker, when we are being told that there's nothing which this government...
The Honorable Richard Yegon, member for Bomet East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I also rise to contribute on this State of the Nation address by the President. Madam Speaker, I want to support the President in his speech, and I would like to put it this way. When he took over the office, there was a lot of challenges which this administration faced, and he's still trying to do his best. First of all, there was the issue of the COVID-19, which had ravaged the whole nation, including globally. And this contributed immensely to making the country a net importer of food. And I would like to say that this also took a lot of the revenues from the country. There is another issue also where the President talked about, whereby when he took over, he made the Inspector General of Police to be the accounting officer for the police, whereby thus making the police force financial autonomy. The cost of living being a reality, it has gone very high. This is not something which it is only this great nation of Kenya. It is also affecting all other countries. We have traveled to other countries. They're still talking about the same thing. The issue where the President also subsidized the fertilizer has given us an inch of trying to improve on these hard economic times. The cost of the 90 kgs of maize has come down from 6,500 to 4,000, 3,500 to 4,000 in my area. Thus, being a reality, the issue of subsidizing production. Madam Speaker, the issue of distribution of these fertilizers, whereby the subsidy which was done for 5.5 billion bags of fertilizers, the President talked about distribution units further to the local level, which is also going to give us, help our farmers in getting all these. The coolers also have been talked about by the President, which are going to be supplied to the farmers in all our areas, including my constituency, whereby areas have been, and there are some areas which have been pointed out where these cooling plants are going to be installed. The UHC, this is the Universal Health Care also, the President talked about, whereby it's going to make all our people to access health facilities in all our hospitals. This UHC is going to allow all our people not to venture into the issues of making harambes in order to access the health facilities, Madam Speaker. There is another issue of the pending bills. The president talked about clearing the pending bills before we start the new ones. The issues of infrastructure, whereby we are seeing it going on now. This is a reality where the president talks. I like the president talking about all these things, and it is making it now a reality because he is facing the bulls by the horns. You're holding the bull by the horns. And again, lastly, Madam Speaker, I want to say, before some people pointing hands at the president, I would like to ask also some of our honorable members who are very critical to this government to tell us what they have really done in their constituencies before bringing these issues of trying to point the fingers in this administration. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, this morning, seated in the public gallery, we have students from Riara International School, from Dagoretti constituency, Nairobi County. You are welcome to the National Assembly. The next opportunity, honorable members, will go to the member, the Honorable Ochanda. The Honorable Gideon Ochanda, member for Bondo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the President was carrying out a very critical national duty last week in this House. And it needs to be understood that it was a serious national duty. I only want to do 3 comments. And these comments, I ought to have played them when the majority leadership were here. Number 1 is the whole issue of the environment of the statements that we do. The second one is, how do we package public information? And lastly, the support, the big support, huge support that's going to the counties from this financial year onwards. Madam Speaker, the environment which we operate in sometimes makes some of the statements that are done publicly not to be properly understood. Promoters, the national government is committing 2,500 to each one of them, and it's supposed to be matched by a county government. What if a county government fails to match that? We are talking about industrial parks. The county governments are supposed to match 250 million. What if they fail to do it? We are talking about the markets. The national government is going to support a number of markets. For example, in my county, there are like 5 markets that the national government is going to place money. But the markets are supposed to be done or are supposed to be left with the county government. How will the county government? And in the
Secondly, I also want to speak on the issue of health, because this is a basic need: food, health, education, and shelter. And on the 4 issues, Madam Speaker, the President touched each of them one by one, of which he has already worked on it, Madam Speaker. On the health issue, Madam Speaker, the President thought it wise coming up with the primary health care, of which it is better to prevent. When we have the measures to prevent diseases in this country, Madam Speaker, we will cut down on the cost of expenses when it comes to medication, Madam Speaker. So I was high. When this government took over, already the prices of fuel was up, Madam Speaker. Fuel, it is not possible, because put subsidies on fuel, we will be killing other ministries, Madam Speaker. This is not in the mandate of the President. He has tried his best, and he's working out to ensure that the basic needs that this country or our Kenyans need are already being worked on, Madam Speaker. I also want to urge members of Parliament, especially members of Parliament from opposition, it is good to speak the truth. At times, our electors are depending on us to tell them the truth, to lead them, and explain to them what is happening to fuel. It will be very wrong, and we are misleading the electorate, Madam Speaker. So I want to applaud the speech from the President, and I want to congratulate him for what he's doing. I know when you are coming into a new house, at times it's very difficult to work out things fast as people expect. Sometimes when we are getting into relationships, when we are courting, we think that it will be a bed of roses as usual. Then when you get there, you come to realize that it is more difficult. So when the president came in, he thought that we are not in ICU as it is at the moment. He realized later that things are worse than what he expected. And he's really trying his best to ensure that he brings up the economy of this country. And we want to pray for him. And as members of parliament, we also want to help him to ensure that he achieves to do with fertilizer. There is one issue, a problem that has been caused by employees from the cereals board. We have cartels there who are also buying fertilizers that
Balo, member for Garissa Township.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise.
The member for the Honorable Wario, I would like to encourage you.
We have seen a lot of progress. In fact, there is the construction of 400 markets, the whole country, complete with water, electricity, and other amenities across the nation. In enhanced, for example, Madam Speaker, in my constituency, we have 3 new markets coming up, Keumbu, Birongo, and Amariba, which is a very great progress. Madam Speaker, I come from Nyanza. The government is restructuring the sugar sector, the payment. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I want to say that please, my fellow citizens, let us support this government. The president is doing well. I support the president's speech. Thank you.
The Honorable Ali Wario, member for Garsen.
Asante sana Speaker kwa fursa hii. Mimi pia napenda kupongeza rais kwa hotuba nzuri. Mimi nataka kuongea kuhusu usalama wa nchi na usalama wa ndani. Vile rais amesisitiza hapa, Mheshimiwa Speaker, inashangaza sana wakati serikali inatia bidii zote usalama ipatikane katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Jamii wanazidi kuzozana, inafaa kutafutwa kini hasa inayosababisha jamii kukosana. Ndio maana hiyo labda serikali haitumii mbinu mwafaka ya kusaidia jamii kuishi kwa amani. Ndio maana hiyo mimi nasisitiza jamii kwanza, hasa wazee, kitengo muhimu sana ihusishwe, waongozi wahusishwe katika mambo ya usalama. Haiwezekani mtu wako katika ofisi za serikali labda yeye anaamini kwamba kuleta usalama ni kutumia nguvu ama mabavu ama unyanyasaji. Hiyo haiwezi kasaidia. Mimi nasisitiza sana na napongeza rais kwa hiyo hotuba mambo ya usalama. Watu jamii wahusishwe, jamii husika, na hasa na waongozi. Ni ajabu sana kwamba waziri anaweza kwenda sehemu na labda waongozi waliochaguliwa kutohusishwa ati inaenda kuwekwa usalama. Hiyo haiwezekani. Ndio maana sehemu za hizi Rift Valley jeshi haiwezi likaleta usalama. Mambo mengine ya usalama, vijana wanapotezwa kwa kusingizia mambo ya ugaidi.
Whatever has been done and what he intends to do to bring economic transformation in this country. Madam Speaker, let me say that this speech came just at the right time, for the reasons that the president took over this country with a dilapidated economy. Kenyans out there, of course, are also crying because of the cost of living, and they have just been asking themselves whether this was the right government And for that reason, we out there as politicians have been trying our best to explain to Kenyans that the president means well and he has a lot of plans for this country. When the president spoke, of course, he reminded us that when he took over government, the cost of living, of course, was high. There were pending bills. There were many contractors who had not been paid. If you go back to, for example, my constituency, where we are beneficiaries of the Mau Mau roads, there are contractors who are still, who have moved out of sight simply because they have not been paid. The escalating debts, of course, has been a thorn in flesh in this country, and many stalled projects. And the president has been telling us that the plan, that his campaign manifesto was not just written on paper, but it's something that was meant to be implemented. And indeed, we have already seen that the plan is being actualized from the speech that he gave us. One, the cost of living, the cost of food, the unga has gone up. President has ensured that he did subsidize fertilizer, and he tells us that he found it not reasonable to subsidize consumption. He decided that he's going to subsidize production so that we have enough food and will let the market forces play, where the demand and supply will determine the prices. And now we can actually see that from the production that we have in this country, the cost of food has really gone down. The president did talk about the creation of jobs for our young people. One of the ways he intends to do that is the construction of the affordable houses. As much as the houses are also going to help the working class in the urban areas, many jobs are going to be created. There are many youths who are going to be employed, who are going to be engaged in the constructions, and that will mean that the issue of unemployment is going to be taken care of. For example, in Lari constituency, where I come from, we are going to have the construction of a smart city under the affordable housing, where we are going to have some 5,000 units that will mean creating job opportunities for our people. The president has talked about the creation of the ICT hubs in every ward, and that will mean that also our people can actually be able to work from home and creating employment. The EPZs and the markets, we have markets that are going to be built in our areas. We come from an agricultural area, and the market like the Sokomjinga, which is going to be Sokomwerevu after this, is one of the markets that's going to be constructed. And may I say that the president, by the introduction of the Hustler Fund, has ensured that many people who could not access credit from the banks have been able to access the Hustler Fund, and they're able to start many opportunities in terms of creating jobs for themselves and their families. And with that, Madam Speaker, I wish to congratulate and support the speech. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Liza Chelule, member for Nakuru County.
Asante sana Madam Speaker kunipatia nafasi huu. Pia nichangie taarifa ya president wetu ambaye amekuwa kwenye bunge na akatueleza mambo mengi ambaye amepanga kwa nchi yetu ya Kenya. Ningetaka kuchukua hii nafasi kumpongeza sana. Mheshimiwa Speaker, tunapoongea mambo ya maendeleo ya nchi yetu ya Kenya, sisi wote tunaelewa mambo vile ilikuwa yeye mwenyewe akishika kuwa president ya nchi hii. Tunaelewa vizuri tulikuwa na shida, changamoto ya mambo ya economy ya nchi hii. Kama president angechukua njia ya kwenda kulete madeni kutoka nchi zingine, saa hii wengi angekuwa popular ama angependwa na wengi. Lakini yeye mwenyewe kama kiongozi ambaye anaajibika kwa nchi ya kwa watu ya nchi ya Kenya, yeye mwenyewe alichagua kudeal na mambo ya Kenya na Kenyans. Kwa hivyo nataka kuchukua hii nafasi kumpongeza. Hakwenda kuchukua deni, vile zile madeni zuku ambaye tuko nayo katika nchi yetu ya Kenya ni zile zilichukuliwa bila hata Kenyans kujua. Kwa hivyo nataka kuchukua hii nafasi kumpongeza, kufika kwenye bunge na kueleza taarifa yake kulingana na uongozi ya nchi yetu ya Kenya. Nataka kuongea juu ya mambo ya affordable houses ambaye imeanzishwa na inaendelea. Nataka kujibu mjumbe wa Pondo mwenye alisema president wetu anaongea mambo mengi na atekelezi. So ninashangaa sana kwa nini mjumbe mzima anaweza sema mambo mengi sinasema na president na atekelezi. Ametekeleza mambo ya affordable houses, ametekeleza mambo ya fertilizer. Wakati huu wananchi wa Kenya wamechukua fertilizer ambaye wameweza kulima, wameweza kuwa na chakula mengi, hivyo ni kutatua shida ya njaa katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Nilifurahi sana wakati aliposema anataka kuaibisha mambo ya njaa katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Na kwa kusema kweli amefanya hivyo sababu ametupatia fertilizer. Mimi pia nikiwa mjumbe, mimi pia ni mkulima. Nimefurahi sana kwa hiyo fertilizer sababu imeniwezesha niwe na mafuno ambayo imenisaidia kwangu kwa mambo ya chakula. Mimi siwezi kwenda mahali kwa maduka kununua chakula, na watu wengi pia walipata chakula mengi na hata wakaweza zingine akaweza kuuza zingine. Ngine, Madam Speaker, ni mambo ya Hustlers Fund. Hustlers Fund, zile pesa zimechukuliwa na kina mama, vikundi ya kina mama, na kina mama ninajua wengi ambaye walichukua hizo pesa ni kina mama. Ni pesa ambayo imehesabika kwa mabilioni, na ninafurahi sana sababu watu wamefaidika. Hakuna mtu amekaa nyumbani kiolela sababu hana pesa. Ninajua kwa kusema kweli tuko na ugumu kidogo kuhusu mambo ya uchumi katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, lakini sio hiyo kusema tuketi tu tuketi tu tukilia. Tuko tukisikia mambo ya president wetu, mambo ya fertilizer watu wachukue, mambo ya loan watu wachukue, ndio waweze kuendelea na mambo ya biashara zao. Nataka kuiguzia pia mambo ya community health promoters, wale watendakazi ya serikali ambaye watakuwa wakilipwa na county government na watakuwa wakilipwa na serikali ya national pia, kutembea pale nyumbani kuangalia afya ya wananchi pale nyumbani ili waweze kutatua shida ya wale wako wagonjwa at that early stage. Ionekane kwamba mtu akiwa na tatizo fulani anaweza kutibika kwa wakati mzuri. Hii ni mambo ya kutatua mambo ya health ama mambo ya afya katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, sababu hiyo ndio ya maana sana. Mambo ya afya, mambo ya chakula na mambo ya kuendeleza mambo ya biashara katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Napongeza president wetu pia kwa mambo ya climate change. Juzi on Monday or Tuesday tulikuwa na mambo ya upanzi wa miti katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, na ninataka kuamini tuliweza kupanda zaidi ya 800 seedlings ama karibu bilioni 1 ya miti katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Hiyo ndio hatua maalum ya kuhakikisha tumetatua mambo ya climate change ama mambo ya masingara katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Ninampongeza sana na ninasema heko president, Mungu akusaidie, tuko nyuma yako. Asante sana.
Mheshimiwa John Waluke, mbunge wa Sirisia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me opportunity also to contribute on this very important speech that was given by the President of the Republic of Kenya. Madam Speaker, it is always easy, like when footballers are in the field, the spectators outside there can criticize and say everything about the players. But Madam Speaker, when you are also in the field, inside the field, you cannot show that you can play. The President has tried, Madam Speaker. In his speech, Madam Speaker, there are so many things that he mentioned that are good for the country, for us as a country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, things like ICT, Madam Speaker, if it goes all over this country, Madam Speaker, it is going to help Kenya to become digital, and it is going to help even our children to use it, look for jobs outside Kenya, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the President took over this country when it was down completely. The economy of the country, Madam Speaker, was in ICU. It was down. And many of us, even me as a member of parliament, Madam Speaker, I thought that maybe we were not going to be getting salaries because of our economy being, at that time, Madam Speaker, it was down completely. Madam Speaker, is trying to improve the economy of this country. And he touched on many aspects that, Madam Speaker, made some of us feel happy that the president, indeed, he is trying. Madam Speaker, as leaders, as members of parliament, for example, we need to be patriots to our country, even whether you are in opposition or whether you are in government. This country is ours. This country belongs to us as Kenyans. And there's nowhere where we can go. There are people even who went abroad and they go and come back. Kenya is there to stay. And as Kenyans, we need to support this government of William Ruto and Kachagwa because it was voted by us as Kenyans. And what we need, Madam Speaker, is to give this government time because it's barely only 1 year in office. What we need to do, Madam Speaker, is to give it time and support. Things are changing. Things are going to change. He talked about the Inspector General of Police being independent now from the office of the President because, Madam Speaker, the police were not being managed well by the office of the President, but now being independent, I'm sure that police outside there, they are feeling good that the Inspector General himself is going to take care of them. The money that he gave to the judiciary, the 3 billion that judiciary has been asking since independent, Madam Speaker, now judiciary, the backlog of the cases in courts, Madam Speaker, I think they are going to be settled and our people are not going to stay in custody due to lack of judges and magistrates because they have been given money. Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Julius Taitumu, member for Igembe North.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me also take the cue in congratulating His Excellency the President of this country for his candid and informative speech that he delivered last week. Madam Speaker, extraordinary times require extraordinary measures. The President enumerated various successes of his nascent government. Madam Speaker, I want to single out one key sector that has benefited immensely under this government, and this is the education sector. Madam Speaker, one of the honorable members saying that teachers have only been employed as interns and no permanent and pensionable teachers. I want to say categorically that is wrong, and we should give credit where it is due. I am being a teacher for the last 10 years. The only number of teachers who have been employed in a particular year due to lack of funding is 5,000. This government has employed a massive 56,000 teachers to serve as on basis of either permanent and pensionable or as interns. This, Madam Speaker, has a great impact. Some don't understand that these teachers who are employed, most of them have been out since they completed their courses for 10 years. And this one has reduced immensely the burden that used to be carried by the parent to pay teachers who were employed on board of management as their employer or the PTA basis. And this money now will go to other issues. Madam Speaker, on the same sector, around 8,400 teachers transited from one grade to another after they were moved from their previous grade to the junior secondary sector. This year alone, 36,000 teachers are being destined to promotion, which are due by January next year. Madam Speaker, the agricultural sector has also benefited greatly. Farmers have been able to get subsidized fertilizers. They have also been able to get many Miruki coolers to cushion them from the vagaries of having their Miruki going bad within a very short time. Registration of farmers has been conducted. The coffee sector, the coffee farmers, payments were good this particular year. The other area is the fishing industry. We have seen the president, even those who are challenging his speech, roll out 22 landing sites in all 9 counties of Kisumu. Madam Speaker, if you go to the aerospace sector, this house itself has enacted various laws to make sure that this sector is streamlined. One of the areas is Social Erosion Insurance Act that has been done, the Digital Erosion Act, the Primary Erosion Act, and above all, rolling out 100,000 erosion promoters in our areas to make sure that our population is eroded for the betterment of our economy and for the betterment of their lives. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to say, and I want to implore upon to His Excellency the President of this particular, this country, to make sure that the barbaric act of cattle rustling in this country is brought to the order. Because the pastoral community and the areas that do this kind of farming are suffering a lot due to this heinous act of the cattle.
Thank you. The Honorable Rashid Benziba, member for Kisauni.
Asante sana Madam Speaker kwa kunipa fursa kuchangia hotuba hii ya Mheshimiwa Rais iliyokuwa hapa Alhamisi iliyopita. Kwa kweli Wakenya wengi walitegemea kusikia vipi hali ya gharama za maisha itakavyoshuka ama kupunguzwa kwa makali yake. Lakini la kusikitisha Mheshimiwa Speaker ni mizigo mizito ya kodi kwa Wakenya. Hatupingi kodi, lakini mapato ya Wakenya yanazidi kupungua. Hivi sasa watu wananunua unga robo. Tujiulize sisi hapa ni vipi tutakunja sera ya kodi bila kuvunja migongo ya Wakenya. Mheshimiwa Speaker, Kenya si Ulaya wala Marekani. Sera ya kodi yafaa kuzingatia hali ya uchumi. Uchumi wetu wategemea wengi wa mapato ya chini. Bila shaka hustlers hawawezi kulipa kodi kama viwanda ama nchi zilizostawi. Ndiposa nasema tukunje bila kuvunja mbavu za Wakenya. Mheshimiwa Speaker, kuhusu kushusha bei ya mbolea ni jambo la muhimu sana Mheshimiwa Rais amefanya, kwa sababu inavunja ama inakata gharama ndogo za wakulima, lakini shida bado iko pale pale, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu gharama za mbolea zimeshuka, lakini mkulima anaenda dukani, ananunua mbolea ile, anatumia chombo kinachotumia mafuta kumletea katika shamba lake. Anapofika shambani, ile tingatinga linalolima linatumia mafuta, linalima pale kwa kutumia mafuta ambao gharama bado inakaa pale pale. Akimaliza, mazao yanakuwa ni mengi kweli, lakini kuyasafirisha pale paka viwandani ni anatumia tena vyombo vya mafuta ambavyo vinapeleka ile mazao katika shamba, katika viwanda. Na akifika viwandani vile vile, kama ile bidhaa ni ya kusagwa, inatumia mafuta tena kusagwa yale mazao. Bado gharama za maisha, akitoka pale kupeleka sokoni, bado anatumia gharama tena kubwa zaidi. Kikubwa ni kwamba tuangalie vipi tutashukisha bei ya mafuta, kwa sababu bei ya mafuta ndio inayochangia kila jambo ambalo linafanya hali ya maisha kuwa magumu. Kwa hivyo mbolea ni sawa, lakini mafuta lazima yaangaliwe vipi itaweza kushukishwa. Watu wengi hasa wa Kisauni na Pwani kwa jumla wanataka kunufaika kutokana na rasilimali zilizo katika sehemu zetu kama bahari, mbuga za wanyama pori, madini. Wa Pwani vipi watafaidika? Lakini katika hotuba hii hakuna chochote kilionesha vipi tutafaidika sisi katika swala hilo ama katika rasilimali zetu. Hili swala la kulaumu serikali iliyopita lazima likome na liishe, kwa sababu sasa tangu serikali hii ichukue mamlaka ni mwaka mzima. Vipi tunakaa bado tunasema ile serikali iliyotoka, watu washawasahau waliotoka? Vipi nyinyi mko hapa bado mwalaumu? Ni mukae chini muone mna mipango gani ya kuweza kuboresha hali ya maisha badala ya kulaumu serikali iliyopita. Kuhusu ajira za walimu 56,000, kwa kweli hii ajira inasangazwa tu, lakini wengi hata hatuioni, kwa sababu kama ingefanywa kihaki walimu 56,000, ingekuwa kila eneo bunge lingepata walimu 193. At least kila mtu angeona kwamba kweli walimu wameandikwa. Lakini ukija katika eneo bunge kama la Kisauni, walimu wameandikwa wawili pekee. Hiyo hata hatuihisi sisi kama kumeandikwa walimu. Lazima kuwe na usawa kwamba ikiwa ni ajira kwa Kenya, ni ajira ya Kenya nzima. Mheshimiwa Spika, hata kama tunataka kukamua ng'ombe, tuhakikishe kwamba tunambakishia maziwa, at least ndama wake aweze pia kupata. Tusimkamue ng'ombe paka damu tuone anatoa matoni ya damu. Kwa kweli Wakenya wengi hawakutegemea yale ambayo yamezungumzwa, walitegemea mengi ambayo yangewanufaisha, kwa sababu wananchi wanaumia, hali ya uchumi ni mbaya, fedha hakuna mifukoni. Mtoe kodi mtu ambaye anayo mapato. Kwa haya Mheshimiwa Spika, wacha nitoe fursa kwa wengine pia waweze kuchangia. Asante sana.
The Honorable David Kiplangat, member for Soi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the people of Soi, I really want to support the presidential address. The president managed to cover quite a number of ground in only 1 year. First of all, if we go to agriculture, if there is something the government has really done well, is to support our farmers, especially the maize farmers, with the subsidized fertilizer, which the government managed to reduce from over 7,000 Kenya shillings to now 2,500 Kenya shillings. We have managed to increase the amount of acreage as a result of that by 200,000 acres. And also we have managed to increase production of maize by 18 million bags. And I can assure you with that alone, we shall have enough produce to last us for 1 financial year or 1 fiscal year without the necessity of doing importation of maize. You realize, Madam Speaker, where we are standing as a country, we have a lot of challenges, both in terms of challenges beyond our control as a government. As you realize, the issues of fuel is being controlled from external forces, and it is really challenging on our economy. We have the depreciation of the Kenyan shilling that is also bringing a lot of problems. But the only way we can strengthen the Kenyan shilling is to ensure that we increase our exports. At the same time, we reduce our imports. And as we realize that for the last 1 year, because of the weather conditions that wasn't good, we were importing nearly everything. We were importing maize, which was duty-free. We are importing rice, which is also duty-free. We are also importing sugar, and we are also importing edible oil. That alone, in terms of the loss of revenue to this country, is a lot. Secondly, in terms of the amount of foreign exchange it requires in terms of dollars to be able to purchase food from outside countries. So if we can be able, as the president has stated, that by the year 2025, there will be no importation of any food product. If we can be able to do that, I can assure you the balance of trade will change by having the country being a net exporter. And with that, we shall be able to strengthen our Kenyan shilling to go where it was. Because if we have factors of depreciation in the Kenyan shilling and also the rise in fuel prices, then it will really affect our economy. So we really support the president on that. And secondly, where the government has really done well is on the issue of trying to support our universities. You remember our universities were actually being declared technically insolvent by the amount of huge debt that they were carrying. But the formula in which the president has come up through the education sector in terms of making sure that we give money to our institutions through student-based program by making sure that every course is costed and the costing of that course is supported by the government will go a long way in making our universities to be able to function well by doing away with the current debt that they have. And if you look at, in summary, what the president has done for the last 1 year, trying to keep our economy afloat. He has really done a lot, and as Parliament, we really support the president to make sure that going forward by 2025, all the factors will be addressed that are causing challenges to our economy, and the economy will be able to fly again. Thank you.
Honorable Moses Ijendi, member for Malava.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also arise to laud the State of the Nation address by the President of this country. Madam Speaker, I listened to the President through his speech, and he touched on so many key areas that are very important for this country to take to development. Mr. Speaker, I would urge actually Kenyans to give this President time and to believe in what he's telling us. Madam Speaker, when I was a young person, youthful, I saw what this president actually did when he was Minister for Education. At that time, most of us were suffering joining university after staying at home for so many years, 3 years, and long recesses. But Madam Speaker, when he took over this ministry, all this changed, fast-tracked admission of university students, reduced the number of months we would stay at home. And then also, Madam Speaker, when he was Minister for Agriculture, he also did so much for this country, a lot of reformation. So, Madam Speaker, he is a person that we have actually learned from him in the past performance. And therefore, we can trust him for this particular country. Madam Speaker, I want to focus particularly on agriculture and what is thinking about this particular sector. Madam Speaker, I'm really concerned because when you speak to him, I've had an opportunity to interact with him at a very personal level. He's my neighbor down there. Madam Speaker, this is a person who is seeing far much ahead, more than what some of us are actually projecting. Madam Speaker, he focuses so much on agricultural sector, and we are aware most of these countries that are developed, most of them were actually agricultural countries. And when you look at their history of development, they first of all began with investing so much in the agricultural sector because most of them were predominantly agriculture. They invested so much in the agriculture sector, and Madam Speaker, out of this, they actually sprang to the higher levels they are in now of industrialized or first world countries. So, Madam Speaker, if we really have to move that direction, then we have to take to that route where we have to invest so much in the agricultural sector, which will now spur growth in our economy. Madam Speaker, why am I really focusing on agriculture? You know, most of us, most of our people, or the majority of Kenyans' population, works in the agricultural sector, agricultural farms. So when you invest in this particular sector, then these are the people you'll be addressing. These are the people who will be making income. These are the people who will be actually contributing to the economy in terms of tax and et cetera, and therefore reduce even the levels of poverty. Madam Speaker, we know, even me who is standing here, I can only stand here, and all the other Kenyans who are healthy like myself, when you have eaten well. So food is so critical for our country. Madam Speaker, when you look at the president, his focus on agriculture is to ensure that we are a healthy nation. You know, when we have no food, it will mean most of us will be weak in terms of strength, will be sickling in terms of malnutrition, and therefore, Madam Speaker, we will not have the capacity to perform as required in terms of productivity. Madam Speaker, also, you know, when you have no food, most of the incomes we have then we will be spending on purchasing food. Madam Speaker, we are also aware that most of our population works in the agricultural sector, and therefore, when we improve on this, it will mean that our incomes, because...
Honorable David Kiplangat, you still have your few seconds. I'll give you 1 minute. I know you are still learning the rules of the House, but you're not supposed to stand in between the chair and the person who is speaking. So you can take that lesson home so that you don't repeat. You will have 1 more minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we are aware, and if Kenyans are not aware, agriculture sector employs 40% of the national population. When it comes to the actual rural population, it employs over 75%. So, Madam Speaker, when you focus on this particular sector in terms of development, you can imagine the kind of persons you'll be actually focusing to improve their lives. And finally, Madam Speaker, I want to finish by saying that dependency rates are very high. And this is coming from persons particularly who are uneducated, the persons who are unskilled. So when we focus on agriculture, Madam Speaker, we will actually be reducing dependency rate in the country, because these are people who will now find work to do, and therefore even contribute to the economy in terms of taxation, in terms of savings. Otherwise, thank you, Madam Speaker. I allowed the President's national address speech.
Thank you. The Honorable Caroline Nyelechei, member for Elgeyo Marakwet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Elgeyo Marakwet this opportunity to contribute on the presidential speech. Madam Speaker, first of all, let me laud the President for choosing a very unpopular path to save this country, Madam Speaker. Many people would wish to choose to fool wananchi or to fool the people of Kenya and become very popular. But then the President has chosen to be a very truthful man by
It's out of order.
Is Honorable Ngeleche in order to say that the President has chosen unpopular path? What path is unpopular?
You know, this is a house of debate, Honorable Adams Kipsanai. She has just started. So give her an opportunity to debate. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Kindly forgive my colleague because he feels that he should have exhausted his minutes of debate. Madam Speaker, the unpopular path I was explaining is many people would like to be told lies, or many people would want to be sugar-coated. Mr. President has chosen not to subsidize consumption, but rather production. To some people, at the beginning, is so unpopular. In the end of it all, Madam Speaker, the fruits will be enjoyed, and it will be a very truthful way of dealing with Kenyans, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the beginning, people wanted him to subsidize the price of unga, but he chose to do the subsidy of production by ensuring that farmers are empowered to produce more food. Madam Speaker, what I'm happy is this year we are going to realize that we can even manage our own population by providing food to the population, because since the fertilizer was subsidized, Madam Speaker, there is a bumper harvest in the country, Madam Speaker. I want to echo the President, or I want to appreciate his subsidizing the fertilizer to farmers, and also by ensuring that other farmers, like the fish farmers, Madam Speaker, have been also given an opportunity to do their farming well, Madam Speaker. In his speech, Madam Speaker, he told us of how he is planning, or how the Ministry of Fisheries is setting up 22 new fish landing sites in 9 counties in the Nyanza and the Coast region. Madam Speaker, this will not only ensure that we can supply ourselves with food, but also will provide the farmers with income, because there are people who used to depend with fishing, but as the fish farming had since gone down because of lack of support from the previous government, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the issue of security, I am one of those people who can attest that the President has really tried in the North Rift. I come from Elgeyo Marakwet, where we've been crying, and every time, Madam Speaker, I've been talking about banditry, but for the past 6 months, we have indeed started realizing that we have a new government in place. We have people in Kerio Valley have started living like other people in Kenya. People can now do their day-to-day operations without so much interference. All this is because of the intervention of the President, Madam Speaker, by ensuring that he went out of his way to even deploy the KDF to help the police in the Kerio Valley. Madam Speaker, I also want to support him in the issue of housing, Madam Speaker. It has not only provided employment to our youth in this country, Madam Speaker, but also we realize that mama mbogas and those people who have really been doing their business in unfavorable environment have got 400 markets across the country. And now the mama mboga, who is the bottom-up economy, has a very decent place where they can transact and conduct their businesses, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, also on the issue of Hustler Fund, it has not only provided for...
Thank you, Member for Elgeyo Marakwet. The Honorable Kitilai Olen Tutu, Member for Narok South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of Narok South, I rise to comment on the maiden State of the Nation address delivered recently by His Excellency the President at Parliament Building, pertaining the government intervention to fix the current high cost of living and address other economic issues currently affecting the Kenyan people. Madam Speaker, as a country, we must live within our means and address our own economic issue without false comfort. And I agree with the President on the new direction that might not be easy, but eventually it will work quite responsible and very necessary. Madam Speaker, the enactment of the 4 new laws, such as the Primary Health Care Act, the new Social Health Insurance Act, the Digital Health Act, and the Facility Improvement Financing Act, will anchor and guide the implementation of the bottom-up approach championed by the Kenya Kwanza government as a crucial step to achieve the universal health care for all. Madam Speaker, to eradicate poverty and also address the challenges currently facing the ordinary Kenyans people. The Kenya government, led by our able president, Honorable William Ruto, has created new jobs for the youth. For instance, the recent employment of 56,750 new teachers and retraining of 8,200 primary school teachers to equip them with the capacity to effectively deliver learning and teaching in junior secondary school level in the country, has tremendously helped to address unemployment rate in every constituency, including Narok South that I represent in this House. This has made significant strides to ensure every part of this country is empowered economically. Madam Speaker, the housing plan initiated by this government has received support from the county government in Kenya, as pointed out by the President, and it is in the right direction. The housing program will stimulate and improve the economy of Kenya and rapidly create jobs for the many unemployed in Kenya and boost business for the hustlers. Madam Speaker, the housing the Kenyans population will get a decent homes. Madam Speaker, finally, the implementation of the housing project will also create market for our manufacturing companies, products like cement, factories, timber, local labor, thus creating jobs for the Kenya youth. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Member for Narok South. The Honorable, I can see the Honorable Zamzam Chimba, you are requesting to speak, but you already spoke on this. So now the next opportunity, Honorable members, will go to the Honorable Jackson Kosgei, nominated member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I take this opportunity from the onset to applaud the speech given by His Excellency the President on the state of the nation, and paid attention to a number of areas that he addressed in his speech. And I'm so encouraged to see that in his administration, he's paying attention to economic matters on how to mitigate the situation in the country. As you know, Madam Speaker, that economics of any country is so important because you've got to address the creation of wealth, the consumption and transfer of the same, not only for those who are enjoying it at the same time in terms of equity, but also ensure the future generation will benefit from the action taken by preceding regimes. The other area that the President addressed and highlighted was in education. It matters, and especially in preparing our young people as a workforce for the nation. We would like our young people to be competitive in the marketplace. One of the foreign exchange earners in some of the countries is export of labor, so that it brings income not only for their families, but also for the nation. In areas of food, because food security matters, by citing one item in agriculture, by making fertilizer affordable and available to the farmers, I was so encouraged to see how much that we are gaining in the country. And Madam Speaker, areas of health, but I would like to end by the way is enhancing the national unity, making every citizen in this country, notwithstanding political differences that we may have, the President has made an appeal that we as Kenyans and the people of this country unite on things that matter, that drives the nation and brings hope to the future. I wish to end my comment, Madam Speaker, by appealing to the members of the executive who are supporting the president, that the president is a symbol of unity in the country, and therefore anyone articulating the policies of the nation should always appear to walk and guide towards the direction of uniting Kenya and making this country a home for everyone, and avoid reckless comments that they make while addressing serious issues that affects the nation. Whichever way you may look at, every one of us matters in this country. And therefore, when the president is guiding towards having everybody on board, carrying everyone on board, I think all of us who are working with the president must read the mind and the speech and the body language and work towards the unity of our country. With this, I support Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop. The Honorable Adams Kipsanai, member for Keyo North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the speech of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya. Madam Speaker, the President elaborated a number of achievements made by his government, or our government, Kenya Kwanza. Madam Speaker, issues to do with agriculture. When you go to Rift Valley today, you will see bamba harvest, courtesy of subsidized fertilizer. Madam Speaker, that is a huge, huge achievement that will improve and make the lives of Kenyans a bit easy, because when food is easy, the general economy becomes good. Madam Speaker, on appointment of judges, Madam Speaker, on appointment of judges, the President demonstrated that he respects separation of power. On matters of independence of police, we see our national security officers nowadays operating freely with ease because they have their own funds that helps in running the operations. Madam Speaker, the President touched on matters to do with health. Health is a primary function of any government, and the President has ensured through this House that each and every citizen is being covered. And recently the President himself launched by ensuring that all CHPs are equipped with necessary machineries to ensure that they serve Kenyans in wherever they are. Madam Speaker, I will not forget to touch on areas of education. The Kenya Kwanza government, through the President, has done enormously good things to ensure that our children are getting quality education. The resources deployed to support CBC and the junior secondary school, Madam Speaker, is something that is worth to be celebrated. Madam Speaker, the President will be remembered for employing the largest number of teachers who are helping our children back home to ensure that they get education, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the security of our nation is also very important. His government is doing whatever it takes to ensure that everyone is secured wherever he is. And lastly, Madam Speaker, the President will be echoed by directing that all the graduates of National Youth Service will be employed to join disciplinary forces going forward. That is a boost to our young people who have contributed a lot in serving our nation. Lastly, Madam Speaker, is to thank the President for uniting the nation. The nation is peaceful. He inherited a very delicate nation who was struggling with the economy, but the President has ensured that the country is kept together. I want to urge all members of Parliament and each and every citizen to know that we don't have any other country. The only country that we have is Kenya. Let us always, in as much as we are playing our politics, we ensure that we unite the nation so that our country, Kenya, becomes successful. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, the Honorable Michael Mushira, member for Oljoro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the State of the Nation address by the President. Madam Speaker, the President was forthright and candid on the status of the nation of this country. The President put up the situation that it is not so rosy, but
There's nothing out of, what is out of order? There's nothing out of order. Please proceed. You have 20 seconds, so please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was saying that the President was very forthright and candid on the status of the nation of this country, but left Kenyans with a lot of hope that he is going to fix this nation. Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Michael Moshira, member for Oljoro. You have a balance of 4 minutes, so you can choose to come next time when this State of the Nation address will be on. Honorable members, and the time now being 1 p.m., this House stands adjourned until today afternoon, November 15th, 2023, at 2:30 p.m.
And forgotten some issues. Some good things, including the education. When we talk about education, that is a tick, because education seems to be training. Whatever is supposed to be the requirements for teachers' training has been lowered so that a lot of people are going into the schools. That is a tick, I can say. Several others about economy and all these things. It looked as if the whole thing was biased towards agriculture. We have what is called livestock and livelihood. Nothing touched on the livestock and livelihood, which is a mainstay of a lot of people in the north. That thing never touched, the president did not touch or bother to touch. Then the issue of floods. Floods has caused a lot of problems in the country. Right now in my constituency, 4 centers have been closed along the river Wasonyiro, and nothing seems to be going on. I mean, when we talk of closing the centers, an existing center has been closed. Along Wasonyiro, there is Gafarsa, there is Resaboru, Sericho, all these things, all Badana and all these areas are being closed because of flood waters. Nothing has been said about this. Then we talk about bottom-up economy. We are people who are doing artificial mining in Kom. Provincial administration closed that camp, at least where people, hustlers, are trying to get daily living. And why it is closed in the name of insecurity, that one, we don't know. What do we do? The president is saying, let's try to get hustle and get money, put food on the table. But when it comes to provincial administration coming in the name of insecurity, security is supposed to be on the government to maintain security of individuals and their property. You cannot close where people are earning money simply because of insecurity, alleged insecurity, which is supposed to be the job of the government and the police. So, Madam Speaker, there seems to be a lot of contradictions in the whole thing. Next time, I think all these things, it must be the speech of the nation from the president must cover everywhere equitably. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. The next chance will go to the member for Igembe Central, Honorable Daniel Carrido.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I also want to add my voice on the presidential address to the nation. Madam Speaker, generally the address was well balanced, and considering the fact that as a leader, one has to give hope to his people, and the president did exactly that, and not only giving hope, he really stressed on issues and the importance of the nation and the things that he has done and that the government has covered for the last 1 year. And most of them are the things that you can see. For example, the employment of teachers and the revival for the economy. Madam Speaker, the president talked a lot on the revival of our economy. We know that, and he also alluded to the fact that our economy is not doing the best at the moment, considering the fact that the world over has some crisis, especially on matters fuel. And Madam Speaker, the only thing that I felt was not touched was on how to raise revenue, especially to generate revenue from foreign countries. And Madam Speaker, there's no way we can increase our income unless if we sell and we vigorously campaign to have our local products exported to earn the necessary dollars. And Madam Speaker, the president, I think, he had an oversight, especially on matters, local products, especially he mentioned on coffee, tea, and he also mentioned the fish. But he forgot to mention that we have a product in Meru that can bring in billions of dollars every year to this country. The product known as Mira, which has been going to Europe, which has been going also to some countries in Asia, but we have some problems of late, and it could be raising a lot of money. If it goes to Europe as it used to go, that's the time when the Kenya highways used to make a lot of profit through the Mira flights. And Madam Speaker, if we have markets in a country like Djibouti, West Africa, and even South Africa, the dollar issue could have been eased through that product. Madam Speaker, on the issue of the teachers, we are grateful that really the teachers' employment has made the education sector bearable, and even the performance will be improving because the teacher ratio, teacher-student ratio will be improved. Madam Speaker, on the part of infrastructure, especially paying the contractors to continue clearing the already roads that have been on work, is really also going to improve our economy, and we alone that, and we support the president, and for that work well done. Madam Speaker, the president also talked very much about the ASULA fund. We have seen it working very well, even in rural areas, whereby the local and simple farm traders, business people, have been borrowing and paying, and it has really improved their operation base, and they are adding a shilling to the economy, which is seriously needed. Madam Speaker, I think the whole statement was well on balance, and I congratulate the president, and I think he is doing well, and this government is doing well as far as his want is seen. In terms of production, we have seen the fertilizer, which has been subsidized. The farms and the farm produce, especially the maize and even other farm produce, have improved seriously as per the report that we have collected. And I believe as time goes by, very soon we will be able to fend for ourselves. And if our country is in a capacity to fend for itself, it will eventually grow economically, because whatever the reserves that would have been used to import food will be used to import other essential and very necessary merchandise that we need in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I support.
Thank you. Before the next speaker, allow me to recognize in the public gallery students from Nairobi Institute of Business Studies, NIBS Technical College in Starehe constituency, Nairobi County, On behalf of the House, we welcome you to observe the proceedings of the House. The next chance will go to the member of Alego Usonga, Honorable Samuel Atandi.
He's out of the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make my submission on the Presidential State of the Nation address. Madam Speaker, I was not present in the House when the President was here. But like many other Kenyans, I was able to listen or heard the content of his speech. And I concluded that the President had nothing substantial to tell the nation. In his speech, Madam Speaker, the President averred that withdrawal of subsidies on petroleum and fuel products had led to the stability of the economy. Madam Speaker, this is dishonesty of the highest order. Because, Madam Speaker, as you know, millions of Kenyans sleep hungry in their houses without food because the economy has been battered by wrong policies and corruption. Madam Speaker, I want to say that the President had really nothing serious to tell the nation. And we want to urge the President, like my colleague Honorable Juneta said, that in the next speech, we would like to see a President who is serious, not the one who was here. The one who was here basically was engaged in gerrymandering and hypocrisy and all manner of stuff that I cannot describe. Point of order. Point of order.
Honorable Karoli, what is out of order?
Madam Speaker, is it in order for Honorable Atandi to complain about the high fuel prices when he himself in this House, together with Honorable Junet, voted for the introduction of the first 8% VAT on the fuel? Thank you.
I think I will ignore him because that time he was not in this House. But Madam Speaker, to conclude, because I don't want to make a long speech, I want to
conclude and be factual.
I want to confess, Madam Speaker, that if the President was here and he spoke about the stability of the economy, then, Madam Speaker, the President was really dishonest. Because, as Madam Speaker, you know, just like I know, that this is the worst leadership that this country has ever seen, worse than the presidency of Moi, worse than the presidency of Jomo Kenyatta. And so if you are a president who is presiding over an economy such as what we have, then when you come to Parliament to give your State of the Nation address, then the least we expect from you as the president is to be honest with your fellow citizens. And like many other Kenyans, Madam Speaker, we believe that the president is a liar, that he will never see the truth, and he should say that he should lie to Kenyans on the street, not in the National Assembly. Madam Speaker.
What is out of order, Honorable Owen?
Honorable Speaker, I thought the Honorable Atandi actually said he was here before the MP for Suba, and he knows that it is very unparliamentary to use the word that he has used, liar. It's an unparliamentary word. It should not be used. Use other adjectives. If you have not gone to school properly, I could educate you. Use words like, he was far from the truth, words like, he didn't convince us, he misled. But to use, if I could educate you on the words to use.
Honorable Owen, don't be tempted to debate. Don't be tempted to debate.
But not the word liar. It's unparliamentary.
But don't be tempted to
kindly,
debate.
Honorable Speaker, he should withdraw. He cannot use that word for the form of the president. He cannot. He should withdraw.
Don't be tempted to debate.
Please, Honorable Atandi, be gracious enough. Gracious is an English word to withdraw. The word liar.
Madam Speaker, I withdraw the word liar and replace with dishonest.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, as I conclude, Madam Speaker, Kenyans are watching this House. And Kenyans expect this House to be their savior. And so, Madam Speaker, it is important for this House to reject the President's speech, because the speech does not make sense.
Honorable Atandi, I was just confirming, did you say the President is a liar?
I did, and I withdrew.
Okay. You have withdrawn for
the
record?
Yes, I withdrew and replaced it with dishonest.
Continue.
Yes. Madam Speaker, as I wind up, I want to say that, Madam Speaker, if these members of this House do not change their strategy of legislation and approach to national issues, then most of members of this House will not come back, especially members of the government side, because you seem to support things that you should not support. including a dishonest speech made by a president who is bringing down the economy, a president who is defeated, who has failed to even do simple things.
Thank you, Honorable Atandi. Next one will go to the member for Nandi, Honorable Cynthia Muge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to make comments regarding the presidential address, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I first want to appreciate the President for ensuring that he saw to it that his duty, constitutional duty, to address this House, Honorable Speaker, on matters of the state of the nation, that he fulfilled, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that as I make a comment on this particular issue, Honorable Speaker, which majorly, Honorable Speaker, is speaking to the economy of this country, I want to say that I lack what many people call a lived experience, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in 2002, when we were talking about the GDP of this country at 0.6%, Honorable Speaker, I was a class 1 kid. And Honorable Speaker, in 2013, when we are talking about the GDP of this country, again, Honorable Speaker, when it was doing better after the era of Kibaki, I was a very timid first-year student in the university, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in 2017, when I had just opened my eyes and I was a member of the County Assembly, Honorable Speaker, the GDP of this nation, Honorable Speaker, was 4.9%. And Honorable Speaker, in 2022, when we were campaigning, the GDP of this country, Honorable Speaker, was 4.8. And in 2023, Honorable Speaker, which is this year, the year that the President made his presidential address, the GDP was 5.5%, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when I hear people say, as a member say, Honorable Speaker, that there has been no progress made so far, I wonder if I'm the only person who sees these things, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, with my lack of lived experience, Honorable Speaker, I ably compensate it with reading, listening, and asking, Honorable Speaker. In the statistics of this country, Honorable Speaker, show that we are doing better than we were doing in 2022, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when some Kenyans went to the streets early this year, Honorable Speaker, they went to the streets with sufurias, Honorable Speaker, meaning that the complaint that most of them had was about the price and the cost of food. Honorable Speaker, when the President made his address, Honorable Speaker, he spoke about the cost of food, and I can confirm, Honorable Speaker, in my village where I come from, Honorable Speaker, Kapserton village in Mosop constituency, Honorable Speaker, we are asking farmers who harvested serious amounts of maize to stop selling their maize at 2,500 shillings a bag, Honorable Speaker. We are asking them to actually sell it to the government where it is offering a better price of 4,000 a bag. Honorable Speaker, that tells you the problem of the cost of living, the cost of unga, that some Kenyans took the street with the sufurias, Honorable Speaker, has been sorted ably by the President, who made deliberate decisions, Honorable Speaker, to lower the cost of production of this particular maize, Honorable Speaker. And to say that there's been no change, Honorable Speaker, is not honest, Honorable Speaker. We have had change. We are not yet where we are going, but we still have 4 years, Honorable Speaker, to get there. Honorable Speaker, to speak to the second issue, you know, Honorable Speaker, naturally, human beings see the negative things, they don't see the positive things. When we sit here, Honorable Speaker, and say that we have not seen anything, I pride myself in this President, Honorable Speaker, considering that it is this House that has passed the bills that are going to enable UHC, Honorable Speaker, that every Kenyan will have access to medical care, every Kenyan will not have the burden of selling their land, selling their property for them to be able to afford medical care, Honorable Speaker. It is this government, Honorable Speaker, since I came to life in terms of understanding what happens, that I have had anyone and someone saying that they are going to pay for the Eurobond debt, Honorable Speaker. It is the first time that I'm hearing it, Honorable Speaker. It is this same government, Honorable Speaker, according to the President's speech, that has hired a whooping 56,750 teachers, Honorable Speaker. Every member of this House who represents a constituency, who represents the special interest, who represents a county, Honorable Speaker, can speak and be able to be a witness to that, Honorable Speaker. This same House, Honorable Speaker, has live experiences of, Honorable Speaker. I cannot speak to the examples that the President gave, but I can speak for myself, Honorable Speaker. Speaker. I started borrowing Hustler Fund when it was 500 shillings. Honorable Speaker, it's not like I needed it, but I wanted to see if it is actually working. I borrowed and repaid. I borrowed a second time and repaid. And the third time, Honorable Speaker, I have a maximum of 6,000, Honorable Speaker. So it is progressive and it is working. The President is a capable President, and he has demonstrated that, Honorable Speaker, and I think it's about time that we stop asking what this country can do for us as members and ask what value, what can we do for this country, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Sotik, Honorable Francis Sigay.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to also address the issues raised by the President when he addressed this House the other week. Madam Speaker, I think first of all, I would like ourselves to be thoroughly honest. Thoroughly honest, because the President here was very honest. He told us that things are not good, that the economy is difficult. And we are talking here as if the President said everything is okay. Madam Speaker, the President's speech was very comprehensive, very bold, and he addressed the issues without hiding anything. So I think, Madam Speaker, I want to address the issue which affect my constituency, Sotik. Madam Speaker, I want to say in the history of this country, the government was able to roll out the giving out of fertilizers very well. And each and every household in my constituency got the fertilizer. And Madam Speaker, the farmers in my constituency were able to produce maize. And now, we are now asking the government to look at the issue of price. Madam Speaker, the price is coming down, and we would like the government to address this. That means the President addressed the issue of the cost of living. In my place, what we call korogoro, the small container, has come down from 250 to 80 shillings. Madam Speaker, to me, that's a very big achievement. Madam Speaker, we should laud the President for this. Madam Speaker, I also want to say that I was very happy myself to hear the President addressing and supporting NCGCDF. He told us here that as the President of this country, he was supporting NGCDF. And Madam Speaker, everybody should laud this move. Madam Speaker, one of the areas which I also was very impressed is about the digital transformation. Madam Speaker, in Sotik now, in the center there in the market, the women are using Wi-Fi. I mean, what else can you tell our people there? Our people are very happy with the President. There are issues. We cannot say that everything is okay. But the President has addressed issues which matter. Madam Speaker, this President has also addressed the issue of politics being personalized. And the President has given us freedom in this country to do what we want. Another milestone, Madam Speaker, is the whole issue of debate, the education system. Madam Speaker, if we must allow the President, it is this area. That in our areas now where we have debate, our children, our young people are now enrolling in these institutions. And we are very happy, Madam Speaker, that we are soon going to have skilled labor in this country, and then we'll get unemployment reduced in this country. Madam Speaker, I also want to laud the President, particularly for when he came to power, and he addressed this issue. He employed the charges, the 6 charges. And Madam President, Madam Speaker, this was a milestone. I want to thank the President. I want to ask him to continue being bold, tell the people the truth, be honest, so that we can be able to have a country which can be able to be proud. Madam Speaker, I support this speech.
Thank you. Member for Butula, Honorable Joseph, if not there. Member for Yatta, Honorable Robert Basil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand to contribute on the President's speech. As I said, it was too long and boring. The reason why I say that, many members were struggling to remain awake. The President did not indicate what he wants to do to reduce cost of living. If you look at fuel global prices, fuel has reduced by 5.68%. The President, Madam Speaker, never mentioned about fuel. When he was being elected, he was elected on a premise to lower the cost of living and more so fuel. The President was mute on this, Madam Speaker. Number two, the President never said anything about how to ensure electricity connectivity in all the villages. Madam Speaker, so many villages are really crying to have connectivity of electricity, considering their taxpayers. The President never said anything on this. Number three, the President talked about job creation, Madam Speaker. He did not specify on ethnic distribution when it comes to job creation. Recently, we saw recruit in KRA, 57% going to 2 tribes. Madam Speaker, we expect the President to explain to Kenyans on job creation who are the people who benefited ethnically on job creation. Number four, the President never indicated meaningfully what he wants to do.
Wait, Honorable Member. What is out of order? Honorable Member for Thika.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Is it in order for the member to stand here and say that the jobs goes to 2 tribes? Which jobs goes to 2 tribes? Which 2 tribes?
Allow me to respond to the...
And you give us evidence.
Allow me to respond to Honorable Member for Thika. She doesn't seem to be informed, and I want to inform her today. If she reads dailies, the national newspapers, the new recruits for KRA, it was clear mentioned that 57 of the new recruits went to 2 tribes. I don't want to appear as an ethnic biased person. Therefore, I may not need to specify who are these 2 tribes, but it was public domain. So I refer the honorable member to read and appraise herself.
Honorable Kawanjiko, what is out of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as we appreciate whatever MP for Yatta is trying to say, we also need to make it clear that this is a house of record, Madam Speaker. And the moment that you say that the job opportunities went to 2 tribes, the member for Yatta should be able to substantiate and say that this and this tribe, depending on whichever records that he has, that the possession went to the only 2 tribes. So it's not in order for him to make lies in front of this house, Madam Speaker.
Order, Honorable Kawanjiko.
You know, they're intercepting my speech.
Order, Honorable Basil. Order. Honorable members, and this is just for the guidance of every member, including you, Honorable Member for Yatta. Responsibility of statement of fact, standing order 91. A member shall be responsible for the accuracy of any facts which the member alleges to be true and may be required to substantiate. Kindly let us adhere to our own standing orders. Let also be guided that newspapers are not sources of information which are admissible in this house. So let us be careful as we debate. Honorable Basil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to make reference on this house. The issue of job distribution was debated when the CS for Treasury was here, Professor Juguna. He actually did acknowledge about that, and it's only that I did not get the actual record, but it was discussed on this house. The answer is clear, and the information can be retrieved. I even have a pending question, which is supposed to be brought on the floor on the same
Honorable
issue.
Member, do not refer to pending questions that have not been discussed in this
Yeah,
floor.
but that issue was already discussed here on the floor.
They are not a record yet of the House.
That issue was already discussed. Anyway, let me proceed with my speech. If you intend to get this, we can always share. Now, on my fourth point, the president did not mention on what the government intends to do to revise the balance of trade. Currently, we are importing more than we are.
Your time is up. I will not give you 1 more minute. Honorable Basil, you are notorious also interfering with other members, and I did not add them even on their 5 minutes. Next chance will go to the member for South Imenti, Honorable Shadrack Mwiti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the presidential address on the state of the nation. Madam Speaker, the contribution, the speech of the president was accurate and has a lot of impact on the future of this country. Madam Speaker, I would like to comment on the universal health care. Madam Speaker, health care in this country is very, very critical, and it's the excellence of the president announced the universal health care just the other day, and Kenyans are convinced that primary health care back in the villages will be of very, very importance. Madam Speaker, the government is focused on service delivery, health financing, and the governance, which are the pillars of health care in this country, to ensure that Kenyan citizens are able to access universal health care. Madam Speaker, Facilities Improvement Act is very, very important, as most of the health facilities will be retaining their funds that are collected in those particular health facilities so that they can be revamped back again to the health facilities to supplement their contribution from the county. Madam Speaker, the Digital Health Care Act to establish comprehensive integrated digital health information system is very important since it will enable the accessibility and the communication of various activities in health institutions. Madam Speaker, Social Health Insurance Fund to replace NHIF is very, very important to introduce emergency attention, chronic and critical illness funds, which will be utilized in health care. Madam Speaker, I would like to also contribute on the issue of agriculture. We know very well, Madam Speaker, Kenya is an agricultural country. Kenya earns its income from the export, and also it's very important in earning the economy of this country. Madam Speaker, South Imenti, where I come from, relies on agriculture, and the subsidy of fertilizer will enable more production of the crops. The yield will be higher, delivering better resources. And hence, Madam Speaker, the distribution of fertilizers in the national cereal bonds makes the accessibility of the Kenyans to access fertilizer more easily. Madam Speaker, the removal of tax on livestock of fins gives the farmers a reduced expenses, and also, Madam Speaker, domestic farmers are more competitive in the market. Madam Speaker, this will increase the profits since more farmers will manage to do the farming. Madam Speaker, with the water for all, various irrigation and water plants will make the arid areas to be more productive. So, Madam Speaker, I hereby support the President's agenda to make this.
Your time is up. Honorable David Gekaria, member for Nakuru Town East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute. It's unfortunate the Member of Parliament for Yatta is not around. Honorable Speaker, when he started speaking, he said that the President's speech was long and boring, and some of the members were sleeping. And I think from his contribution, I think he's one of those members who are sleeping and did not listen to the speech when it was done. Honorable Speaker, it was alluded to the fact that the President never spoke about the cost of living. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the speech of the President, and he has said this for those who care to listen, and he made this in his speech when he was here last week on Thursday, is that the cost of living, it is something that has to come down gradually through a process of some intervention. And one of those interventions, Honorable Speaker, is about the fertilizer assurance that has successfully been done in this country, and the success of the harvest, the double or triple harvest that has been witnessed in this year. And at the same time, Honorable Speaker, and he also mentioned that out of that harvest, bumper harvest, the cost of maize flour in some shops has dropped significantly to up to 150 Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker. So it is important as we look at the speech of the President objectively, Honorable Speaker. Regarding the creation of jobs, Honorable Speaker, the more than 50,000 housing units which have already been constructed and occupied, Honorable Speaker, a record of over 100,000 Kenya the youths of different expertise, be it plumbers, be it masons, painters, and the like, have been able to be engaged in this very important sector of affordable housing. Over and above that, Honorable Speaker, a commitment that the President has said that ownership of a shelter, as indicated in our Constitution, is something that he has to address. Honorable Speaker, the President also did allude to the fact about corruption, wastages, inefficiencies, and negligence. Honorable Speaker, it cannot go without saying, and he has come out with an elaborate program, like just without anticipating debate. Honorable Speaker, tomorrow we'll be discussing the supplementary budget, which has reduced wastages and inefficiencies in respective ministries significantly by almost 200 billion Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my committee is responsible on the matters to do with climate change. And Honorable Speaker, Kenya had an advantage of being the host of the first African Climate Change Conference. Honorable, it brought about over 40,000 delegates from different countries to talk about the weather changes. Honorable Speaker, the President has said now we will not be complaining, but we need to start as Africa, as Kenya, as a continent. We have to start giving direction on what affects our climate and other climatic issues that we need to address. And Honorable Speaker, the President has gone further to, of course, talk about the other conferences which are coming up on matters to do on matters to do with issue of oriented politics. Honorable Speaker, the President has given it a thought, and he has also allowed the bipartisan talk dialogue that is going on now to be able to allow Kenyans to speak. Even if we were elected democratically, Honorable Speaker, the President has given a hand for the minority to be able to bring their issues on the table in the national dialogue issue that is going. Of course, Honorable Speaker, among others is the bilateral and multilateral issue. There was an agreement, Minimata.
Your time is up. Member for Narok North, Honorable Agnes Pareyo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the President's speech. From onset, I want to say that the President's speech was good. And why I say so is because he touched on issues that are affecting our people. Number one issue is that he touched on the youth, because having digital hubs in our constituencies will help the youth to get their jobs and can earn a living from working at the hubs. And then he touched again on the subsidized fertilizers, which will give a long-term solution to hunger in our country. When we have fertilizers, farmers can grow their own food and nobody will be hungry because they will have food to eat. And will also give a solution because it will put food on the table and it will as well put money in their pockets. The President also was able to touch on education. He touched on education by making sure that we hired a good number of teachers in our primary schools because we didn't have teachers, and also he was able to touch on education in general. And these are issues that have been affecting us.
Order members, keep the consultations on a manageable level. You are disrupting the member for Narok North. Continue on about
Thank you for protecting me. He was able to talk on education by hiring the teachers and again making sure that our children went to school, universities, and they could get loans so that they could continue with their education. On housing, for those who don't have houses, he has also touched on the housing programs that are going to come up in every constituencies that will give our people dignity so that they can be living in good houses. And when, in terms of health, he also touched on health because he was able to talk about NHIF, where our people will be assured of having insurances so that they can also be attending to their medication. And for that reason, I support the speech, and I want to say that it was good. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Webuye, Honorable Daniel Wanyama. Maybe that will break the Kamukunji there, led by Honorable Kalasinga.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. Let me contribute to the presidential speech, and on the onset, give an indication that the trajectory that speech took is going to bring Kenya back to the right footing in terms of economy recovery. The two issues that he touched on that touched my heart is one, food security, and two, the universal health. The moment any country, any nation fixes those two issues, the citizens of that country have very good life, and therefore that addresses the issue of the cost of living. So in his speech and what we have seen is that other than putting subsidy on the consumables, it is better to put that subsidy on the production, because already from where I come, we have had very good yields in terms of the fertilizer that was reduced, and many farmers have had very good harvests this year going forward. So that has addressed the issue of hunger as we progress with this country. But most importantly, Honorable Speaker, because I come from the sugar belt, this government of Kenya Kwanza has done what other governments have not done. The write-off debt for the sugar factories, and Zoya in particular, where I come from, is going to relieve the sugarcane farmers from the bondage of debt that they have been being owned by those factories, and most of them are going to be paid their monies that the factories own them. And you find that when the previous governments actually offloaded the debts of coffee, the trajectory of the coffee sector has now started peaking, and I'm sure the sugar factories are going to take it up, and we'll move forward, and that will increase the economy and change the situation of the farmers in the sugar belt to earn a better living going forward, because they will be able to even pay the fees for their children. And on the side of universal health, what the president has put across, and given the plan that we have, I think once that is addressed, I'm sure this country, the people of Kenya are going to have it easy, that the lack of drugs in the referral stores will be a thing of the past. As I conclude, the member for Honorable Tim indicated that the president did not have a speech. But given that I come from the same region with the team, I want to inform him that technology has come, because I think the Honorable expected to see a file of papers with the president, but we have gone digital, so the speech was being read, and I'll try to give some tuition to the Honorable member to understand that you don't have to carry files to read the speech. Finally, Honorable Speaker, the cost of living is coming down. And this has been shown by the prices of unga going down. And unless we just want to do politics, because just last year, the 2 kg was at 250 plus. But to date, as we speak, and when the president was giving his speech, it has gone below 175. So that is the right way to go, and we just want to support this government and the president to make sure that the economy of this country comes back on this footing. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Kipipiri, Honorable Anji Kumuhia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the onset, I supported this speech. And as a member who comes from Nyandarua County, first appreciate the issue of fertilizer, because Nyandarua County is one of the feeding baskets of food here in our country. Honorable Speaker, many members have spoken of different issues, and I want to say that it is not right to say that the Kenya Kwanza government has not done anything. Of course, times are hard, we agree, not only in Kenya but worldwide, but there are tangible things that has happened. For instance, construction of 400 markets, where Kipipiri is one of the beneficiaries of Geta Market and Wajoi Market. This is a big deal, because women and even those who are in market can do their business even when the weather is harsh, with the hotspot, and in an environment that has never been experienced there before. Honorable Speaker, on matters of education, when I first got elected, I did an educational audit in Kipipiri, because I was worried why my constituency was performing so pathetically. Students were scoring E's, and the rate at what at which we were getting the performance going down was amazing. Honorable Speaker, I found we had a shortage of more than 200 teachers by employment of more than 56,000 teachers by Kenya Kwanza government. Kipipiri and many other constituencies have already closed that gap, and I can confirm that personally we have sealed the gap with over 50%. This is also a big deal because when you trickle down, a student who could have gotten very bad marks and probably her life doesn't match the expectation, the student is already rescued. Honorable Speaker, as I sit as a chair of regional integration on matters of international obligation, Kenya continue to pride itself on the international arena, and I can confirm even at East African region, where we do remittance every year, Kenya is counted as always #1 in upholding its obligation. Honorable Speaker, I will not want to say much, but in terms of deaths that are in this country, which we all know where they originated from, I think it is time now the East African community sit seriously with the serious time frame, and though they have already given time frame of 2030, maybe consider to bring forward the time frame and we start thinking of our own East African shilling. This will be a big deal again because we shall get debts, if any, with our own shilling. Otherwise, the debt that has continued to escalate, and those who are opposers of goodwill sometimes have tried to show like the government has continued to take more loans, and it is simply because the dollar has been rising. So could we have our own shilling? Then we take loans or debts with our own shilling, we will be very, very much safe. As I conclude, and as I support this report, this speech, Honorable Speaker, I cannot fail to tell my president and the Kenya Kwanza government that this speech misses a very crucial item. It misses inclusion of persons with disability. Honorable Speaker, this speech is an indication of what happened for the last 1 year in matters of education. Thousands of teachers were employed. On matters of health, universal health care was covered, and so on and so on. So, as we discuss this speech, what has happened to the persons with disability community? I think it is time this country become very intentional on matters of persons with disability. If it is education, we need an inclusive education system. Because, Honorable Speaker, mothers and even guardians of children with disability and relatives are suffering. Even employment, it is not there. And even when the employment is there, the caregivers choose between the job and between the giving care of their own persons. So in future, believing that every minister do give their performance, I urge the ministry in charge of persons with disability to also give what is expected, what has happened. We need devices for these people. We need system of education to be looked upon and many other avenues. Honorable Speaker, with that,
The next chance to the member of for Kituto Rural, Honorable David Mboni.
Madam, is Kituto Rural, not Kituto. Madam Speaker, let me also say a few things about this speech. I will not say that it was a very bad speech, but mostly is a proposal going forward. Madam Speaker, what I will say is that what I want to comment is the cost of food. With the fertilizer program, we have seen fertilizer going down from 6,500 to 2,500. And these ones has actually made production of food and the prices of food going down. And that's a very commendable thing. But don't forget that the cost of living has gone up. Last month, the rate of inflation was 6.8%, which is very high to the Kenyans. And this is contributed by the fuel prices, which still are very high in this country. But we start asking ourselves, if oil, petroleum prices are going down in Uganda, in Tanzania, where are we buying our fuel? Are we not buying from the same market? And what happened to the G2G agreement, which we expected the prices of fuel in the country to go down, and also reduce pressure on dollar, because our Kenya shillings has been depreciating over time. Madam Speaker, I think apart from giving the fertilizer to the maize growing areas, currently in Eastern Province, where I come from, we are having a lot of rains. So this speech, I expected them to the president also to address distribution of fertilizer also to Kitui region, so that we can also grow maize and be self-sufficient in food. And also expected to hear more irrigation schemes being done in Eastern Province, so that we can be able to grow food. Madam Speaker, I was listening to the housing scheme, but I was asking myself, what about the cost of cement? What about the cost of steel? The prices of these things have been going up. I'll tell you, in March, the cost of one bag of cement was $680. Now it's going to, in Nairobi, it's going for $750. Up there is going for $800. So what happened? These are the things which we need to address so that we can make some of these things a bit cheaper. Madam Speaker, I listened about the public debt, and it's very good that we are addressing the issue of repaying payback of Eurobond. Madam Speaker, 2 weeks ago, the CS Treasury admitted that we are in debt and distress or financial crisis. The idea of borrowing is not a bad idea. Everybody borrows, and I think even if these members of parliament, everybody has a loan. But what about us with the money is what you do with that money. What do you do with the loan? What is the impact of the loan? And I will tell you, US, their debt to GDP is 133%. Japan is 250. Sudan here is 186. Kenya is 67. And we are crying. We are in a debt stress. So what happened? These are the issues which we need to address. And one of the issues which we need to address is the corruption and the wastage in government. If we address wastage and corruption in the government and strictly implement fiscal consolidation, reduce unnecessary trips, I think we are going to end up somewhere. I was reading somewhere, I don't know how true it is, that Kibaki, in the 10 years, he made only that 3 trips. Our current president has made 40 trips in a year. So I was wondering, in 5 years, and one trip, I'll tell you, costs around 300 million. In 5 years, how much are we going to spend in terms of trips and other trips which are being made by government officers? In terms of savings, I think we have the lowest savings rate in the country, globally.
The next chance to member for Githunguri, Honorable Gathonu wa Mushomba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to give my contribution on the current debate as we analyze the presidential speech on the state of the nation. I particularly was following the speech because I was keen to understand the extent as to which we have made progressive steps and have achieved milestones towards economic development in the aim of improving the livelihoods of our people. Madam Speaker, I was quite impressed when the President spoke about the many avenues he has sought to bring cost of living down, mentioning his efforts in the agriculture sector, and more particularly his efforts to bring fertilizers to our farmers. As a member of parliament representing a constituency that is greatly involved in agriculture, I was keen to get to know to what extent will be the subsidized fertilizer reach our people. Where I come from, Madam Speaker, fertilizer is a very important input for our coffee, tea, and subsistence farmers. However, I was very happy when he said that he acknowledges that the subsidized fertilizer does not get to all farmers that require it because of the factor of distance. And he committed as a president that he's going to work very closely with county governments so that subsidized fertilizers can get to the nearest points of collection for our farmers. I was very impressed, Madam Speaker, because in Githunguri, farmers have had to travel over 75 kilometers to go and access subsidized fertilizer in Thika. And that has been very, very unfair to our farmers. How I hope that the president, handlers, and the ministers that serve under him are going to take what he promised to this house and put it to reality so that we don't come back here complaining that that was not a promise kept. However, Madam Speaker, I was very, very interested. Please protect me from the consultation near me, Madam Speaker. They are very loud. Thank you.
Honorable Kawanjiko.
Madam Speaker, I was very, very keen to note that the President did not mention and commit himself on issues of cost of fuel. Obviously, because I know it has been a very, very thorny issue. The cost of living has gone very high, and basing the baseline on the cost of fuel in this country, it is something that I thought he would actually commit that in the next coming 1 year, he will have made efforts to bring the cost of living down by reducing the cost of fuel in this country. That notwithstanding, Madam Speaker, as a farmer and as a representative of the farmers in Githunguri, I was very keen to hear, I wanted to hear the President commit himself on his effort on matters milk. He has spoken about maize, he has spoken about coffee, but he did not mention anything to do with milk. Noting and considering that he has been visiting our areas of representation, and more particularly in Githunguri, where he has promised not once, not twice, that he's going to make effort to provide coolers for our farmers. He has promised those coolers not once, not twice, but those coolers have not been presented. He did not commit himself when those coolers are going to be delivered, yet he has committed many times and promised many times. How I hope that his handlers and the people who are working with the President, we will make him honorable by making sure that whatever he promises is delivered in our backyard. As I sit down, Madam Speaker, I am keen to note that the President's speech did not talk about or mention anything to do with the elderly persons of this country. The elderly persons of this country have somehow been forgotten. We have assumed them for long. We have bundled their money in waiting for over 9 months, and sometimes even the way we distribute their monies, the social protection Inua Jamii Transfer Fund, is so inhuman, and we need to dignify the elderly persons of Kenya. I am hoping that in the next presidential update, we are going to hear more of the inclusion and consideration of the elderly persons of this country, and also to make sure we commit not to delay their monies, the monthly monies that we delayed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What is out of order, Honorable Alice? What is it, point of information or point of order?
Information.
Sorry.
Let me just say something. Just
the member for Githunguri has already taken her seat.
Member, yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Just to let the member for Githunguri to know that we have streamlined the Inua Jamii program, and the elderlies are getting their money the beginning of every month with no delays. And also, even the one we registered just the other day, they will start receiving their money from January. That one I can confirm.
Honorable
as
Alice,
the chair.
Order.
As the chair.
Order, Honorable Alice. I've indulged you because you're the chair of the committee, but information had to be accepted by Honorable Member for Githunguri. But I would ask that when you're doing your contribution, you actually streamline some of those issues. So I will not give you back, Honorable Amushomba. We'll continue. But we will interrupt the debate, as had been alluded by the speaker earlier, to go back to order number 5 and order number 6 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee Chair. Okay. Oh, not yet. You're not ready. Okay. Then we'll go back when that is ready. The next chance will go to the member for Roysambu, Honorable Augustine Mwafrika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this glorious opportunity also to discuss the speech of the President. Madam Speaker, allow me to thank His Excellency the President for the honor and respect he accorded to this House at the outset of his first statement. The President referred this House as a distinguished assembly of democratically elected representative of the people of Kenya. I thank His Excellency for that reference of this House and respect. Madam Speaker, the President did talk about transforming this country for the present and the future generations, despite the 3 primary challenges which he outlined, one as external shocks, fiscal distress, and the external imbalances. Madam Speaker, the President did emphasize his commitment to improve the economy of this country. He also did express his commitment to stop and reverse the negative trends of unemployment, and this has been demonstrated by the rolling out of the housing project across the whole country. Mr. Speaker, the President did also talk about tackling the poverty in this country, which is denying Kenyans their dignity. Madam Speaker, the President did assure Kenyans of his commitment to bring the national values and principles of governance to his leadership. This, Madam Speaker, is expected to improve the well-being of Kenyans, and also is expected to promote unity, security, and also, Madam Speaker, to bring development across the whole country. Madam Speaker, the President also did recognize leaders who have undertaken the process of the bipartisan dialogue, national dialogue, and he did say that these leaders are expected to come up with a common ground, which is expected to deepen our democracy and also to enhance our unity in our country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the President did also talk about the fertilizer, subsidized fertilizer, which the price was reduced from 7,200 to 2,500. Mr. Speaker, we thank God because of the rain, and we expect that to have a bumper harvest at the end of this season. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we know that there are those people who had made the wrong use of the cooking sufuria, misusing it as their headscarf. I believe going forward, Mr. Speaker, with the supply of subsidized fertilizer, we expect to have bumper harvest across the whole country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the speech of the President.
The Honorable Owen Baya? Owen Baya. You already spoke. Why is your name still there? Anyway, the Honorable Abraham Kirwa.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this motion on the issue of the President's speech. I stand here to support the speech by the President of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. I was very, very keen to follow exactly his speech, and one of the areas I was keen is the issue of agriculture and how it was going to affect the people of Mosop. I was very pleased to know that the subsidy that the President just introduced of this, reducing the fertilizer from 7,000 to 2,500 really made a big difference in so many parts of this country, especially in my constituency where we do grow tea, we do grow maize, sugarcane, and many other crops. So farmers were very, very pleased, and it made a big difference. I want to also thank the President because on his speech, he was able to touch issues of corruption. President was very categorical that he was committed to make sure that the issues of corruption will be dealt with. His government and his administration is very serious on actually making sure that the issues of corruption is brought to an end. The other part of his speech that also he touched was the issue of healthcare. The President also was able to mention about 100,000 community health workers who had been dispersed to different parts of this country to make sure that they visit homes. As of last month, the President mentioned that they had visited 1.2 million households, and they had managed to meet several people. And out of this number of people who had gone to visit, they always go with electronic gadgets to be able to measure things like blood pressure and the basic necessities of healthcare and also medicines. So I thought really the President, looking back in the last 1 year, as he mentioned in his speech, we as a country, we've made a huge stride. Looking at where we were when he took office and where we are, he said it was time for us as Kenyans to live within our means. He said for a very long time we were living above our means, but it was time for us to just accept the pill, it's as bitter as it is, and just live within our means. One of the things that is very careful, and he was very careful on his speech, is about the issue of the Eurobond, that many of us were worried that maybe by this time next year we will be in a bad situation. But the President assured us that by this December we are going to make $300 million payment towards the, to bring down the $2 billion of the Eurobond that we owe, so that by the time we get to June of next year, we will have paid up. And as a country, we will not be able to be put in a situation where we have to compromise on many things. One of the things also the President mentioned is about the cooperations that he has had with several banks, with several institutions, IMF, World Bank, that we've worked very closely together because of the measures that we have put as a country financially to make sure that this country is on the right trajectory so that we don't get into a situation where we declare bankrupt. So looking at the speech of the President, I was very pleased that as much as we are really going through tough time as a nation, the cost of living is still a little bit high, but the systems and the things that the President has put in place and his administration is going to make sure that this country is stable and we will be healing and our economy will continue to grow. So I support this speech by the President that we are on the right space. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable John McCarthy is in the House, followed by the Honorable Beatrice Elachi.
Give me the mic. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also contribute on the President's speech on the state of the nation. At the outset, Honorable Speaker, I must say, this speech was given pursuant to the provisions of Article 132 of our Constitution that requires the President to give an account of implementation of the national values set out in Article 10. Article 10 sets out the rule of law as one of the critical concepts, a national value, which each and every state person has to comply with. So at the first stage, we appreciate the President for complying with the rule of law, constitutionalism, because he's obliged by law to give that speech. Looking at the president's speech, there are a few issues that stand out. One, the implementation of the universal health care. That one should be a plus for the president. The reforms that have been made in the education sector in terms of employing teachers is a plus to the president and the government. The debt servicing is a plus, but there are several other issues which need to be taken into account as we look at the president's speech. One, in regard to the education sector, we realize that much as we have employed teachers, we still have very big issues with infrastructure in our schools. We still have very, very big issues with remission of capitation that is supposed to support our schools. As a representative of farmers, specifically in Nzoia Sugar, I was very pleased with the president in indicating in his speech that we are going to carry out sugar industry policy reforms to ensure that all the people who have been eating the sweat of farmers are removed. But Honorable Speaker, we need to be very, very cautious in carrying out the reforms in the sugar sector so that we really do not allow sugar barons and cartels that have controlled the sugar sector for all this particular time to come back and again run the sugar sector. I congratulate the president for waiving all the debts, but I urge for the poor farmers of Nzoia that the president puts in place and this house in the supplementary budget considers paying all the farmers, all the suppliers, and all the employees so that they can have a Christmas gift before the end of this year. In terms of debt servicing, we realize we are getting out of debt, but we are paying these debts at the heavy costs. Kenyans are being taxed very heavily. We are making savings. But, Mr. Speaker, we need to put in place measures to ensure that the savings of Kenyan people through NSSF are safeguarded. Because in the past, we have had the sums of money that are remitted to NSSF siphoned. And this is not a very good thing for us as we move on in terms of implementing the bottom-up economic agenda. Equally, what I found missing from the president's speech, Honorable Speaker, is how are we going to ensure that each and every part of this particular country is covered by electricity. I know there was a rural electrification program that was being carried out, but Honorable Speaker, as I look at my own constituency, we are yet to cover 90% of the country in terms of rural electrification. We think that moving forward, we are going to put in determinate steps to ensure that rural electrification is done in all parts of the constituency, especially my own constituency. But the elephant in the room, Honorable Speaker, still remains the high cost of living. Either side of this particular house acknowledges that Kenyans are really suffering out of the high cost of living. The president equally acknowledges this much in his speech, and he says we need to take determinate and affirmative steps to bring down the cost of living. I know we have had reduction in the prices of fertilizer, but we need, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that the fuel prices go down. If we do not bring down the fuel prices in this particular country, we will still be singing the song of reducing the high cost of living to no avail. So we should be able to take determinate steps to ensure that we bring down the cost of living because Kenyans are hurting. And as a government which survives for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we must ensure we listen to our people and bring down the high cost of living. Honorable Speaker, I submit. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Elachi Beatrice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to give my gratitude to the President's speech, to say as a country that sometimes you find yourself in a situation where you need to be all as a team, to be all as one as a country. I know when we are hurting, when every Kenyan is crying of the high cost of living. But one thing I want to appreciate about the speech was when the President appreciated, and Mr. Speaker, when I was a senator, I did a motion on NYS. That motion is what evolved NYS. And one of the fourth pillars was that any young person who goes through NYS must thereafter join either any of the disciplinary forces, because this is a young man who has come out without looking at salary, without looking that he or she will get something, but is ready to be patriotic to the country and to work for the country. So I just want to salute that and say at least after 10 years, we are able now to see the fruits of this motion. Mr. Speaker, the other thing is to appreciate that if indeed we are going to start paying our debts, then we start singing a song of what we want to see in this country, that we must, yes, receive money, but use the money accountably, transparently, let people see that transformation, but in the end, we must pay our debts. And so I want to thank him for that. Mr. Speaker, what is very worrying now is that when I look at what we are doing within the country, and especially the team that is working with the president, that indeed if you want to transform this country, then you must indeed bring us solutions, give the president solutions. It is the technocrats who must tell us, now that we are hurting, what is this that is best? And therefore, when you are advising the president, it has to be an advice that will bring solutions to a country, not an advice that will end up now bringing again another question. Is it the president who has to work alone for Kenya to move? I doubt. And therefore, for me, I still question the team that is advising the president. And I am like, this team must remember, we came from COVID. It was a post-COVID. There is inflation. You must have solutions on how we start ensuring that cost of living should come down. Yes, we will say we have huge harvest that is coming. Yes, but the climate is telling us there is huge harvest at one side. At the other side, there is water that is taking all over, and Mandera and the other are now in another world. So what happens in between? We have to rethink, and we have to know in this country, when one side has abundance of harvest, the other side might be in drought. How do we harness all this to make sure when this side has no food, we are able to see food on that side? The same. If we are saying we are moving on well, then we must see the cows of Kajiado staying at home and be able to find themselves feeding within Kajiado. But if we find them now looking for grazing now, it means there's still a challenge. And so we have to stand, all of us, on this economic pillar and agree. And I want to salute our chair of budget, but to also request him, Chair, there is need to put in the budget how we are going to rebrand our airport, how we are going to ensure the door, the hub of Kenya, that airport becomes an airport when everyone enters, can respect Kenya, can believe in Kenya, and can know this is a country where people have democracy, but also are able to do a good thing that will sustain generations to come. So for us to see what is happening with our Kare people, and we are looking for resources, it is wrong. So, Mr. Speaker, even as we look at the speech of the president, we are saying we want to support, yes, but with solutions, and very soon, and hopefully very soon, the president will be able to change his economic advisors. We must see good ones and new ones. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Ibrahim Sene, followed by the Honorable Paul Biago of Chesumei and Alice Nganga of Thika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you look at the language and the tone of the presidential address, you realize that it paints a government that is painstakingly divorcing itself from a dark past, a past of poor economic management, to one that may offer respite to that poor economy so that it can fulfill its promises, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am keenly attached to the President's address on corruption. If we deal with corruption and slaying that devil, all other things will fall into place. What I expect to see from the Kenya Kwanza government is a firm decision, action on dealing with corruption decisively, Mr. Speaker. If I may cherry pick some few things on the address. Mr. Speaker, food security and by extension the cost of living has been a concern to Kenyans. We know the past bad economy, the post-COVID impact, and the drought that has lasted for over 4 years, or nearly 4 years, have entirely impacted on the economic status and thereby affecting our food security. However, the government had taken bold initiatives by providing subsidies on fertilizer and at least making sure that some of the machines required, tractors, are zero-rated in terms of tax. But we need to move further. We know that planting seeds are very expensive in this country, Mr. Speaker. Tractor doesn't do anything by itself. It requires farm implements. Planters, harrows, and plows are all vertable, Mr. Speaker, as we speak. Kenya can only be food secure if we highly subsidize the food sector, the agricultural sector, Mr. Speaker. So we need to do much more, in as much as I appreciate the Kenya Kwanza's initiative towards attaining food security. More needs to be done in the same sector, Mr. Speaker. On CBC, well, this is an issue that was inherited from the past regime. We know it is expensive. It would have been implemented in piecemeal and in a phased way. However, the objective of CBC is welcome for this nation. But one thing, Mr. Speaker, in as much as we equally appreciate the number of teachers, over 50,000 teachers were recruited by TSC. I know there has been some arguments about the status of recruitment or employment. Some saying it is by contract, others saying that few are on permanent and pensionable basis. That is not here, neither there, Mr. Speaker. Unemployment, by whichever means, is unemployment, and I do congratulate the government for employing over 50,000 teachers. After all we needed is employment and teachers for our students in every part of the country. Mr. Speaker, one thing I though disagree is the capitation for every student in this part, in the country. Wajir North and Dadaab doesn't have the same environment for every student, for every learner like in Nairobi. I can't understand why capitalization has been equalized when really we are unequal in all aspects of life. Mr. Speaker, on universal health care, it is a move in the right direction. Inclusion. Until the Ajuran tribe, the Ajuran community are included in the government, I believe a commendable job done by this government is not fully implemented. I, from Wajir North, is not part of this government. We need to be at least accommodated in the Kenya Kwanza government, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, insofar as the value of inclusion is concerned,
the Honorable, who is on a point of order? What's your point of order, Honorable?
Honorable Speaker, I am just concerned that you're giving too many opportunities.
Order. The first basic rule you learn in Parliament is you do not cast aspersions on the Speaker. Proceed. The Honorable, who was number 2? Chesumei, followed by Alice Nganga. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for protecting the House. I stand to support or to give my voice on the presidential speech, and from where I sit, I think the President did a very good job. The speech was okay.
Honorable Chesumei, I will interrupt you. You will have your minutes, but can you take your seat? Honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence of members of Parliament from the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association and the staff from their parliaments. The delegation of members of Parliament from various Commonwealth countries, including Africa, the Americas, the Caribbean and Europe, UK, overseas territories, Asia Pacific, are seated. Members of Parliament are seated in the speaker's row, and staff, members of staff also and other parliamentarians are seated at the back. The parliaments represented comprise, ordinarily, in the olden days, when a speaker is making these communications, he used to sit, but because the members of Parliament will be required from that area to stand up to be recognized, and when when the speaker is on his feet, everybody should freeze, so you will not have an opportunity to rise to be recognized. So I'm going to do this when I'm sitting. The honorable members, the parliaments represented comprise the National Assembly of the Gambia. Could the honorable members from the Gambia stand, and the staff? The Parliament of Jamaica in the West Indies. Thank you very much. The National Assembly of the Kingdom of Lesotho. Thank you very much. National Assembly of the Kingdom, the States of Jersey Assembly. Order, honorable members. Order, Kibrek. Order. Parliament of the New South Wales in Australia. Thank you very much. Welcome. Nova Scotia House of Assembly. That must be somewhere in Canada. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Parliament of Sierra Leone. Welcome. The Parliament of Uganda, our neighbors. You're welcome. United Kingdom Parliament, the mother of parliaments. You're welcome. The National Assembly of Zambia. You're welcome. And the Parliament of Kenya, I'm sure the Honorable Kali David is here, but let me finish my communication first. A special mention to the chairperson of the CPA UK, the Right Honorable Dame Maria Miller. I hope I pronounce your name well. Welcome, Madam Maria Miller. Honorable members, the delegation is attending a workshop on strengthening parliamentary action to address gender-based violence and modern slavery in supply chains, organized by the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association UK in partnership with the National Assembly of Kenya. Honorable members, the main objective of the workshop is to provide an opportunity for parliamentarians and relevant stakeholders to consider and discuss from multiple perspectives, including legislatively, culturally, socially, and legally, on how to collaborate better within their countries with a view to ensuring an impactful process in ending modern slavery and gender-based violence in every nation in the Commonwealth. Honorable members, on my behalf, representing the Speaker of the National Assembly, and on that of the National Assembly and CPA Kenya as a whole, I thank them for participating in the workshop and welcome them to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagements during the workshop. Honorable members, may I also take this opportunity to thank everyone who took part in ensuring success of this workshop, including the CPA UK, the Parliament of Kenya, various Commonwealth parliamentarians who were engaged, the facilitators, resource persons, and the Secretariat from both the UK and Kenyan parliaments. Your input and commitment has enabled the success of this workshop. Thank you very much. I will give this an opportunity now of exactly 2 minutes to a member of the CPA from the Kenyan National Assembly, the Honorable Dr. Makali.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to join you and my colleagues in welcoming honorable members from different countries who have come for this important workshop. Honorable members, this workshop is focusing on 2 issues. One is parliamentary action or address to gender-based violence, and the second one is
modern day slavery in supply chains. Since yesterday, Honorable Speaker, these delegates have engaged in those two topics, and I want to report to this House that we have gone through very fruitful deliberations, and members are coming up with very good proposals on how to address these two issues. So once more, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the UK CPA chapter and the Kenyan CPA chapter through our parliament for organizing and hosting this important workshop. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to say to the delegates, please continue deliberating, but at the same time, enjoy this country. Kenya is a very beautiful country. Create time to visit different areas, and more so our national park, which is right in the center of the city. I submit, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
To Legislative Council of St. Helena, that is, you're welcome. You're most welcome. And the Honorable Chesimei, could you conclude now your contribution on this, on the President's speech?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. And I rise to actually give my weight or my comments on the presidential speech. And to me, I think, and I saw that the President gave the state of the nation as it is, and unlike how other members have said that he did not say much, but to me, I believe he covered a number of things, and probably the ones that were left out would can be considered another time. But as for now, I wonder, because people who share the same political ideologies we saw, and me particularly, I saw many things which were good in his speech, and especially on the implementation and the support of the 5 pillars of the governance plan as outlined in our manifesto of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda 2022 to 2027. I think what the main agenda, which is agriculture, micro, small, and medium enterprise economy, housing and settlement, and improved health facilities, which was promised to all Kenyans, and digital superhighway and creative economy. I think I was happy because I had all that being mentioned. Of course, taking into the fact that the President and the Kenya Kwanza government is just 1 year in office, I had somebody try to compare with the era of Moi, who actually took 24 or was for 24 years, which is not compared. You can't compare somebody who has actually served 24 years with 1 year. And what I also want people to see, and I don't know why people seem not to see this, is that this Hustler Fund, which has actually helped so many people, is a fund that no other government had given. And the exemplary performance in Hustler Fund should actually be taken seriously. And to me, I see that is good. Again, on the subsidies on fertilizers, the place where I come from is an agricultural place, and many farmers are actually happy about the fertilizer subsidies, which we have seen it has boosted a lot in terms of production. Again, what is key and worth noting, I was in Nyeri for an Arambe, and the Member of Parliament, DM there, was telling us that even the housing program, their houses are already ready. So about the affordable housing program, I believe that it's up and running, and that is something which is commendable, and which I also saw that this government, our government, is doing well. The establishment of the projected 25,000 free public Wi-Fi hotspots countrywide is something that also caught my attention, and it is things that actually we need to applaud the efforts being done by the President and our government for the last 1 year. and also supporting the creative sector through establishment of the Talanta Hela program is also something that caught my attention, and I'm happy about it. Lastly, as I wind up, Mr. Speaker, I come from an area, as I've said, where farmers plant maize, and when the President said categorically that they have provided the maize drying services and at a fixed cost of 70 shillings per bag, which down from the previous 350, and the first consignment of 100 mobile dryers for the use of farmers docked into the country, then I saw, and in 1 year, all this has been achieved. I then knew, and I hope that in the next 4 years, then Kenyans are ready to see much more. And the dairy farming, or the dairy farmers, the productivity for better farmer returns, the government working very closely with the relevant agencies is something that also I would see would help. So the issue of food security is well taken care of.
Honorable Alice, before you proceed, I would want to ask we go back to order number 5 and ask the chair of the budget committee to lay the papers and give a notice of the motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House. Today, Wednesday, 15th November 2023. Report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of 1, the first supplementary estimates for financial year 2023-2024, and 2, the amendments by the Senate on the county government's additional allocation bill, that is National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker.
I would give, I thought you also wanted to contribute on the President's address to Parliament. Or you said you're putting in the notice of motion. Proceed and put in the motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Motion, yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give motion of the following, to give notice of the following motion. That is on the consideration of the second supplementary estimates for financial year 2023-2024. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give motion to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the first supplementary estimates for financial year 2023-2024, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 15th November 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution and Standing Order 243. 1, Roman 1, approves an increment of the total recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024 by Kenya shillings 90 billion 717 million 383,737 shillings in respect of the votes as contained in the schedule. 2, Roman 2 approves a decrease of the total capital expenditure for financial year 2023-2024 by Kenya shillings 24 billion 515 million 810,722 shillings in respect of the votes as contained in the schedule. 3, approves an overall increase in the total budget for financial year 2023-2024 by Kenya shillings 66 billion 201 million 573,015 shillings in respect of the votes as contained in the schedule. And Roman 4 resolves that the schedule forms the basis for the introduction of the supplementary appropriations number 3 bill of 2023, signed by the Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Alice Nganga, followed by Ndindi and Catherine Omanyo.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also rise to comment on the state of the nation addressed by His Excellency, the President William Ruto. Honorable Speaker, the speech was short but to the point, because the President addressed the critical issues of our nation. Not to say that whatever he did not address is not important, but what he did, he addressed the most crucial issues he promised where he was campaigning. Honorable Speaker, in terms of affordable housing, and I'm one of the beneficiaries, we have seen that 46,792 affordable housings are underway, whereas 40,000 have already commenced. And moving forward, many more are going to come up. And in this, among the affordable housing, we have social housing that will also take place, as well as the market category housing, for people to choose whichever they want, or they are comfortable with, or they'll be able to pay back, or to repay back. Honorable Speaker, it is worth noting that many people have been suffering, that they would want to own homes, but they did not have an opportunity to do so. Now they have been given an opportunity to do it. Honorable Speaker, with a very good repayment package. And I'm encouraging all Kenyans, anybody who has ever wanted to own a house, they have an opportunity to do it, and thanks to Kenya Kwanza government. Honorable Speaker, I will also not forget education. He mentioned about education. During this year's budget, education was given a big chunk amount of money to streamline our education sector. Not forgetting, in the history of Kenya, this is the only time we have hired so many teachers at a go, so that they can be able to teach our young men and women at school. And I would say, Honorable Speaker, when we took over, the Kenya Kwanza government took over, we found the new system had a challenge, and it was streamlined, the CBC. And we have the JSS, the Junior Secondary School. Right now, the ones who are in grade 7, they are headed to grade 8. And that is why we are partnering with the Ministry of Education through the CDF to build more classrooms for junior secondary school. And it is doing quite well. And with the partnership of the CDF, Honorable Speaker, I'm so sure by the time they will be in grade 9, the classrooms will be ready. And again, thanks to Kenya Kwanza government. I know, Honorable Speaker, the President did not talk or touch on the elderly, but I also want to stand here as the chair for Budget Committee to state that they are well taken care of. We did a registration in the month of September, and they were all registered. And in the month of January, they also be receiving their dues. And I also want to say, Honorable Speaker, we have streamlined the Inua Jamii program. Right now, before they would receive their money even after 6 months, but with the Kenya Kwanza government, Honorable Speaker, the Inua Jamii program, they are receiving money before any other person has received the money, before any other civil servant has received the money, and that is an achievement. And I also want to say the ICT hubs, they will be in every ward. This is the first time that this one has been put to place. Every ward of this Republic of Kenya will have an ICT hub where young men and women can go in there with their innovation, and they will be able to make a livelihood for themselves. And this is an achievement on the right path, Honorable Speaker. So I am saying, Honorable Speaker, and I know my time is up, but not yet. I also want to commend the HASRA fund. It is a success story where we have seen that 6.6 billion Kenya shillings have been borrowed. And the repeat that.
Honorable Ndini Nyoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I rise to laud the very articulate State of the Nation address that was well articulated by the President. Honorable Speaker, across the entire speech of the President, it was laced with realism on how we are and we are doing as an economy. And I want to thank the President for not painting misplaced optimism on how things are. Because part of leadership is to talk straight, and talking straight, the first chapter is to tell the truth. And Honorable Speaker, the President addressed the nation on the reality of the matters, and of course, also enumerating the direction which we are taking to take Kenya forward. Honorable Speaker, I want first of all to talk about the macros that the President referred to, and say that in terms of the measurement of the economy, I want to take it into two perspectives. One, there is the economy of the pocket on the sentiments about Kenyans, the cost of living, and other things that affect Kenyans directly, but also on the other side, the macro side of the economy. And Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with the President that we are burning midnight oil because there is a lot of room for improvement when it comes to the economy of the pocket and the cost of living. And Honorable Speaker, we are doing the math that we can so that that side of the economy also is commensurate with the other of the macros. The one I'm talking about for macros, Honorable Speaker, beyond the hardships that there are in the economy, because they are there, and it is good that as leaders, we also associate with the reality that is there. Honorable Speaker, the truth of the matter is that in the macro sense of the economy, Kenya is actually doing much, much well comparatively to other nations of the world. And Honorable Speaker, these are facts. And facts are not generated by a regime. Facts are also generated by international bodies like the IMF and the World Bank. And quoting the data from our own Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, which is also buttressed by the data from the IMF and World Bank, Honorable Speaker, in this year of 2023, I'll use only two parameters to also show that Kenya is also not doing as badly as it appears, that we are also doing very well on the perspective of comparing Kenya to other nations. I will use inflation and also economic growth. Honorable Speaker, on the facet of economic growth, this year of 2023, in the first quarter, Kenya grew by 5.3%. That is real GDP. The nominal one actually grew by much higher. Honorable Speaker, the second quarter of 2023, the Kenyan GDP grew by the same, actually 5.3. Honorable Speaker, by the data from World Bank and IMF, Kenya was actually the fastest, the 29th fastest growing economy in the world. And Honorable Speaker, these are facts, and it's good that we say them because they are there, and it's our country. On the side of the inflation, Honorable Speaker, the entire world has been faced with increased inflationary pressures. But Honorable Speaker, it is good to note that comparing Kenya now and Kenya a year before, by then, in terms of inflation, we were almost cruising into double digit in terms of inflation. But Honorable Speaker, as we talk now, the inflation in Kenya is actually within our own benchmark, because the benchmark of inflation in Kenya is 5%, and then a band of 2.5% either way. And at the current rate of below 7%, Kenya is doing very well. But I also want to say, Honorable Speaker, that the side of inflation, we are doing much well on the side of food inflation, but we are also, these advantages are also being weighed down by the fuel inflation. But Honorable Speaker, we are doing the best that we can to also stabilize that side. On the other side, around agriculture, Honorable Speaker, the policy on fertilizer is working very well. That is why in Kenya, we are likely to have the best harvest ever in Kenya this season, where we are anticipating to have over 45 million bags of maize in only one season. Honorable Speaker, all the other previous regimes were
One more minute. The Speaker has the discretion of giving you an additional minute, being a ranking member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I was talking about education, and Honorable Speaker, all the other previous regimes were fearing to implement CPC because it's very expensive and very complex. But Honorable Speaker, we thought it is not right that we continue postponing a good thing, and that is why CPC is already working in Kenya. And Honorable Speaker, I'll be enumerating tomorrow on the measures we have taken in regards to supplementary estimates, but I want to assure the country of Kenya that we are well funding our education sector, because this is the sector that polishes and also adds value to our labor, which is the human capital. Honorable Speaker, I thank the President, and of course we allowed the very articulate and actually the best SONA address so far.
The Honorable Catherine Omanyo, followed by the Honorable...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, I don't see... Yeah, I can't see... the woman rep for Kirinyaga. I thought I saw your name up there. Number 2, and then followed by Amena Mnyazi. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate this opportunity to again discuss or give my opinion on the President's speech the other day. Most of it was like throwing on Kenyans a mare's net, because we had a lot of unfactual information that I had. And especially if it comes to the fertilizer, I've had people praising. But my question was, who was given the mandate to supply the fertilizer? Because he might have been given very beautiful report after the fertilizer was supplied, but the truth is the real farmers are being sold the fertilizer. So if it was to benefit the farmers, some of them that I know, especially in Busia, did not even understand the procedure or who was handling that. So in future, if this bottom-up thing must work, we have village elders, we have Nyumba Kumi, we have administrators, the chiefs, who understand and know where the real farmers are, and if they were to be used, then this fertilizer that we are hearing about will reach the real farmers. I am remaining optimistic, but let us not keep lying that very soon this poverty index will be reduced or done with. And then if I continue poking the bubble, the nation is being overtaxed. Every now and then, if you wake up in the morning, a surprise of new taxes and dodgy or crafty means are being used. Right from the airport, if you come down, Kenyans and the visitors that are visiting our country are in shock. It is staggering that it has taken so many days, going into months, and almost swindling into a year, and nobody has taken a stern action to stop this dodgy means of taxing people. You cannot keep taxing people until you see them bleed to death. A true leader will protect her people and not want to lead graves. Unless somebody wants to lead graves, I do not want to be part of the people going to die. The employment that the president mentioned, that he has been employing people, it does not reflect the true face of Kenya. There are a few tribes, 2 or 3, that benefit more than every other tribe in Kenya. So I wonder, do we have other seat fillers in Kenya and others who truly deserve a chance to live in this nation? If we all matter, from Wajir to Turkana to Teso North in a small village called Ateret, do we matter? If we do matter, then all
all the tribes any vacancies that are advertised.
What's your
We
point of
should
order?
see every region.
Honorable Ruto. What's your point of order, Julius Ruto? Honorable.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. As we all know, the standing orders of this honorable provides that whenever you make a statement which carries weight in matters, has to be substantiated. In matters of employment, the speaker before us, or the member before us, Mr. Speaker, should be able to bring out clearly for Kenyans to follow. Because who doesn't know that is the only government that has brought inclusivity?
Order, Honorable Ruto, order.
Yes.
Order, it's not a specific claim that did not say that this ministry or so and so did not. This is a very general statement. So under the circumstances, I think the House does allow that element of what you call kanda and banta. So proceed, Honorable Omanyo.
Wajaleta? Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some people are idle. They are trying to also seem that they are participating. I am not forcing anything from anyone to agree with me. It is about what I actually took in. If it didn't rally well or go well with how I know.
Who is that honorable member at the end there?
Then you don't come to correct me.
Rising on a point of order.
Honorable Speaker, the member is referring to some people in this House. What we know is that these are all democratically elected members. Is she in order to refer to members of parliament as some people?
Order, continue. The rules for substantiation are very clear. When you make
Mr. Speaker.
Order, so specific complaints, specific claims is when. But a general, if you say that the economy is not doing well, you cannot tell somebody to go and substantiate that. If you say there's an element of nepotism somewhere, you don't have to substantiate unless the member claims such and such ministries, so and so, these people were recruited. And then, of course, you proceed now and protect. You cannot cast aspersions on an institution of the government except in generality. In generality is acceptable. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And also, when I heard the President give more hope, and other things have not been realized across my own imagination, I thought that he should at least do some of these things without promising more, because it is reaching a time he will be talking and we will not be taking anything he says serious anymore. Like El Nino and this fertilizer thing and petrol stuff, it is now becoming like whenever he stands, he must say something. We have to trust our president, and he will, if he continues saying things that are not factual, then anytime he says anything, we will know that he's coming from the point of lies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable, yes, Oimbaya, you standing on a point of order.
Honorable Speaker, I know you, as you sit on that chair, you carry with you one virtue, the virtue that always wants to put decorum and the respect of the House. And one of the things that, as a matter of tradition and practice, both in the Commonwealth and the Westminster and this Parliament, is that you cannot say that someone has lied or is telling lies in the House. And that is part of
that word is
and that last statement by the Honorable Omanyo is very unfortunate. And I think we have said here time and again, even though we are new members of Parliament, we should learn faster. We will forgive you for being slow.
Order, Honorable Bayer.
We will forgive you for being slow.
Order, Honorable Bayer.
But, Honorable Speaker,
you have made your point.
It is important that Catherine Omanyo actually withdraws that remark.
Order.
She withdraws.
Order. Honorable Bayer, the chair has taken note of your sentiment. Order.
That statement must be
Order. We will not degenerate into the kind of name callings that you want. Yes, there are certain words that are not parliamentary. Lying is not parliamentary. More so when you refer to a fellow member of parliament or a minister, you could say misleading you use a much more distant and much more civil word. So, order. You're not on the chair. Honorable members, I'll still implore. It's our business. This is our institution. This August House is where we are all members. Let us protect our own institution, the dignity of our institution, by avoiding certain language that essentially is unparliamentary. Proceed. The next, Honorable Madam Njeri. Then Njeri, followed by...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you for indulging the new members. Indeed, we are learning, and we are learning in good speed. Honorable Speaker, I want to laud the President for his very pragmatic speech, Honorable Speaker. The President spoke about the reforms in the coffee sector, Honorable Speaker, championed by our Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua. And the President said that we have already ensured that there's a 4 billion fund for the coffee cherry fund so that we can secure the interest of our farmers, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I come from Kirinyaga County. I am a product of proceeds of coffee farming, Honorable Speaker, and therefore I would want to laud the President for ensuring that he has delivered on his mandate and promise to the people of Kirinyaga County, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the President also spoke into the matters of safeguarding and ensuring that we have food security in this nation, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, up to this point, Honorable Speaker, in the last budget that we passed, Honorable Speaker, we put in 5 billion Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker, for the subsidized fertilizer program, Honorable Speaker. I have had several members here allude that the same perhaps has not been reaching to their constituencies, Honorable Speaker, but I can also speak on behalf of the people of Kirinyaga, Honorable Speaker. I took part and I took initiative to ensure that we secured over 100,000 bags and oversaw the distribution of the same in Kirinyaga County with Honorable Senator James Morango, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to laud the President for funding and ensuring that we have more funding for JSS, Honorable Speaker. I want to insist that we still have very glaring inequalities when it comes to infrastructure in terms of education, Honorable Speaker, and we must ensure that every child in this nation has access to basic education, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the President also spoke about the affordable housing program, and I can indeed say that it is a momentous and a life-changing initiative by the Kenya Kwanza government, Honorable Speaker. I yesterday made sure that I visited the affordable housing program project in Kirinyaga County, Gishugu constituency, and Honorable Speaker, the community, the economic impact, the cash flow, the job creation for the community, Honorable Speaker, is something that is an impact and commendable, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to commend the President in regard to universal healthcare coverage, Honorable Speaker, and ensuring that we have community health promoters, Honorable Speaker, so that we can bridge the gap in terms of access to healthcare services in this nation, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I note that we do have challenges, Honorable Speaker, I want to speak on the plight of young people in this nation, Honorable Speaker. I have thousands of applications in my inbox, Honorable Speaker. As a government, I insist that we still have a lot more to do in terms of ensuring that, one, we have healthy environment for businesses, Honorable Speaker, so that we can enable creation of jobs, Honorable Speaker. We owe it to our young people, Honorable Speaker. We owe it to them because they are qualified and, Honorable Speaker, young people of this nation form more than 50% of the populace and deserve to have a share in the resources of this nation, Honorable Speaker. In terms of job creation, I want to urge the government, which I'm a part of, to ensure that we do and constantly ensure that we create opportunities for young people in AI, in regard to business opportunities and access to finances, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for this opportunity. May God bless this nation.
the Honorable Munyazi Amina. Did I not give an opportunity to you? Followed by the Honorable Nabwera Nabi, and followed by the Honorable Kawanjiku. John.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi ningependa niweke sauti yangu kuhusu hotuba ya rais ambayo ameweza kuizungumza hivi majuzi. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka niseme hivi. Wakati nikikuwa mimi kama mtoto mpaka hapa huu umri nimefikia, wakati watu wakizungumza ama rais akitoa hotuba yake, ninavyojua mimi mila na desturi ya Wakenya, huwa sisi sote tuko juu juu, huwa raha ziko juu. Kila mtu anataka kusikia rais ni maneno gani ama ni mipangilio gani ambayo ako nayo na nchi yetu. Lakini cha kustaajabisha Mheshimiwa Spika, katika hotuba ya rais hii ambayo iliweza kutoanishwa hapa juzi, watu wengi walikuwa hawana interest ya kusikiza hayo maneno. Kwa sababu yale maneno ambayo tumekuja kuelezewa hapa katika hili bunge la kitaifa ni yale maneno ambayo Wakenya wanasikia kila siku. Tukimwona rais amesimama juu ya gari na akihutubia watu barabarani. Ndio maana sasa hatujaona tofauti ya yale maneno ambayo sisi tunasikia kule mitaani na yale maneno yenye ambayo yamekuja kuzungumza hapa Mheshimiwa Spika. La pili, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni mengi ambayo rais ameweza kuyazungumza na kuna mazuri hapo ndani, na vile vile pia sisi ni lazima tukashifu pale ambapo tunaona kuna mambo ambayo hayako sawa. Kitu ambacho nitaunga wenzangu mkono ni kuhusu hili swala la Hustler Fund. Mimi Mheshimiwa Spika, imenishangaza na mpaka dakika hii nimepigwa na butwa kusikia ya kwamba kuna mtu ambaye amepata milioni 4,500,000. Najua sijui, lakini maybe ningeweza kupata namba ya simu ya huyo mtu Mheshimiwa Spika ili niweze kuhakikisha, kwa sababu mimi sitaki kuita mtu mrongo. Lakini kwa hii Kenya tunaoishi dakika hii Mheshimiwa Spika, mtu yoyote ambaye ataweza kupata milioni 4,500,000 kwa kupitia hizi pesa za Hustler Fund, niko na uhakika leo hii ingekuwa imesambaa katika mitandao yote na kila mtu angekuwa ameweza kuyaona. So ni tu kuhakikisha, sijaita mtu mrongo, nataka tu kuhakikisha. Na tukiendelea mbele, maana nimemsikia Mheshimiwa Rais akisema mbali na Hustler Fund ametaja sijui kuhusu mambo mengi hapo, coffee, kuhusu wakulima. Amesema kwamba yeye mwenyewe ameweza kupigia hawa watu simu. Ningependa hilo jukumu liwe ni letu sisi kama wabunge, tuweze kupigia watu simu na tuwaulize kwamba leo hii kuna fertilizer imeshukishwa bei kutoka shilingi 6,500 mpaka 2,500. Je, hiyo ni kweli? Lakini wewe ambaye unafanya mtihani, huwezi wewe mwenyewe pia kuandika huo mtihani Mheshimiwa Spika. Naona hilo jukumu lingekuwa ni letu sisi. Kitu ambacho kingine ambacho ningependelea kiweze kuongelewa zaidi Mheshimiwa Spika ni kuhusu gharama ya maisha. Gharama ya maisha sasa imekuwa ni donda sugu katika Kenya yetu, na hili ni jambo ambalo tumelizungumza na kulikariri mara moja, mara mbili na zaidi Mheshimiwa Spika. Sikusikia jambo lolote kuhusu mafuta yetu Mheshimiwa Spika kuweza kushikishwa bei. Sasa hapo ndipo ambapo donda sugu la matatizo ya Kenya yanapoanza. Mheshimiwa Spika, sijasikia chochote kuhusu stima, bima za stima, watu ambazo wanakwenda kulipa kwamba zinakwenda kushikishwa bei. Tukisema nini gharama maisha imepanda Mheshimiwa Spika, hatumaanishi kwamba ni unga wa sima peke yake. Tunamaanisha ni chakula, tunamaanisha kuna stima, tunamaanisha kuna maji, tunamaanisha kuna watoto wetu shule ambao tunataka pia karo zao ziweze kushukishwa. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi hotuba ya rais ingekuwa imeangazia zaidi kuhusu masuala ya mafuta, maji, stima. Kwa kweli mimi ningekuwa ni mtu mwenye furaha kubwa zaidi kabisa. Kwa kumalizia, kama vile dadangu alivyozungumza hapa kuhusu ugawaji wa kazi Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi natoka sehemu ambayo inaitwa Malindi Mheshimiwa Spika, Kilifi County, kule sehemu za pwani. Watu wengi ambao mimi nawakilisha kule, the locals pale ni wa Mijikenda. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka nikukuhakishie katika huu mwaka mmoja ambao mimi nimekuwa katika hili bunge, wale watu wangu ambao mimi nawakilisha, idadi ya namba ambao wameandikwa kazi Mheshimiwa Spika ni kidogo sana. Kwa hivyo pasipokuwa na usawa katika ugawaji wa kazi Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi kama Wakenya bado tunajikuta katika mahali pabaya. Asante sana Spika.
Nabuera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A very long, lofty in words, and as usual, full of promises, was the speech that we were treated to hear. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution requires that the President on that particular day, he addresses himself on how he has gone about or what he has achieved in realizing, or the country realizing, national values. And Mr. Speaker, it is so clear that the values we espouse in this country are patriotism, participation of the people, rule of law, equity, human rights, non-discrimination, human dignity, among others. The problem I have with the speech of the President was that he was unable to recognize the fact that the country is facing an impending collapse of the education system because of the following. One, non-release of capitation money as given in the budget. Two, failure to have enough teachers to handle JSS as we move into the second class in January. And three, lack of over 6,000 classrooms and 0 resource centers in the JSS sector. Mr. Speaker, I'm even more worried that the President did not recognize the fact that in the road sector in this country, his own minister is overseeing discrimination by using funds from the fuel levy, Mr. Speaker, to allocate discriminatively to some sub-counties at the expense of the others. We are aware that he allocated as much as 300 million to one sub-county and 0 to another. Mr. Speaker, I'm even worried that the President did not recognize the insecurity in this country. Which human dignity are we talking about when the woman in Matunda, Likuyan sub-county, cannot do business at 7 p.m.? When a young boda, whom they usually refer to as hustler in Lugari, cannot go around his business because he'll be shot by people. A country where we have taken an oath to protect our own people. Mr. Speaker, do you know that as we are here, I hear people praising the speech. We have people who cannot afford a meal in their houses. Do you know that I was taken by surprise and in shock when I heard that a gorogoro of maize costs 60 shillings? Where in this country? Where, so that I can go and buy for my people? My people are dying because there's no food. Mr. Speaker, I'm even worried that as we stand here to speak, we are having a glare at us at Kenya Revenue Authority, where employment is based on tribe. For you to qualify to join, you must belong to a particular tribe. Is that what our national values talk about? The answer is no. Therefore, on the speech of the President, I give him a D+. Thank you.
I gave it to Kawanjiku.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You can't rise on a point of order when there's nobody on the floor. Proceed, Kawanjiku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I think as I take this opportunity to talk about the presidential debate, I also want to tell my friend Nabi that for sure, the gorogoro of maize, and even if it's not happening in his constituency, He should be able to visit Uasin Gishu, visit our constituency. It's all over, and it's good to substantiate whenever you are giving out, unsubstantive information, Mr. Speaker. Let me say that the President Lile, addressed the nation, and I can confirm that majority of whatever the President is talking about is the preparation to take our nation to the next level. He talked about the debt that has really choked this country, and it is good, our friends from the opposition, to also appreciate that where this nation is, that we need a lot of intervention across the board, Mr. Speaker. And I agree, there is also a lot of political goodwill. When you look at what the President and the former Prime Minister are doing in what you call bilateral talks, trying to bring our nation back to track. Because when we took over from the last regime, whereby this country was really messed by the handshake brothers, that the debt is choking our nation, Mr. Speaker. And the President confirmed that almost 500 billion of our national revenue that we are correcting, 500 billion is going to pay debt, Mr. Speaker. We must also appreciate there are a lot of external forces that, especially when our Kenya shilling is not doing good, Mr. Speaker. I sit in the budget committee, and we had to reallocate. We had to do what you call budget cut for us to be able to take care of the interest rates that has actually increased in about 150 billion Kenya shillings, that we did not take a loan, we did not go to borrow, but due to inflation and fluctuations in terms of Kenya shillings, we are losing almost every day that we lose a shillings against the dollar. We are losing to a tune of about 40 billion, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, we have a lot of responsibilities, and we must honor our international obligation in terms of paying our debt, Mr. Speaker. And we congratulate the President because he has said we cannot continue to borrow. We must look for means and ways to sustain ourselves as a nation, Mr. Speaker. On top of that, he brought the subsidies. And I want to correct the member who said that there is no fertilizer of 2,500 shillings. That fertilizer is even in my constituency. I'm a farmer. I'm learning how to farm because we must do what you call corrective responsibility. In our small farm, even if it's 100 by 100, we must help the President to make sure that our food sustainable. We can be able to sustain ourselves in terms of food security in our nation, Mr. Speaker. And I bought that fertilizer, 2,500 shillings. Even myself as a member of Parliament, I bought it in my constituency, just next a few steps here in Kiamba, Mr. Speaker. And if they don't have the fertilizer of 2,500 shillings, I can even help her to make sure that she access the fertilizer if she doesn't want to access the fertilizer, Mr. Speaker. It is ignorance of the highest order. It is misleading to say that the fertilizer is still at 6,500. As you are aware, Mr. Speaker, we are actually expecting to have a bumper harvest for the first time because we agree that we are not going to do subsidies in terms of consumption, but production, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, to a tune of about 50 million bags, for the first time, we are certain that in the next maybe 1 year, our country will be able to sustain itself in terms of food allocation. He had talked about TVETs. He makes sure that we increase and make sure that we have TVETs in all our constituencies. He's talking about the KMTC. He talked about universal health, Mr. Speaker. After you have, gotten food to eat at any time of the day, the next big thing is about your health. And we really appreciate what the President and the executive are doing to reorganize the health sector by making sure that the hustlers now will be able to access health care. Even if you don't have money to pay for NHIF, the government will be able to pay for you so that every time you go to a hospital, you can be able to access health care. Those are some of the interventions that the government has done to make sure at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we take care of our people. Therefore, the Hustlers Fund, it is there. Whoever is saying that you cannot borrow 4 million, it is actually misleading.
The Honorable Kiborek, followed by the Honorable Oyula, and the Honorable Rebecca Tonkei. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand here to give credit to the President because our president was elected at such a difficult time that we can equate to the time of Winston Churchill when he was appointed into office by the king of then and the queen of then. And it was during such a difficult time when he addressed the House of Commons, and he said, in his time, it was time of blood, toil, tears, and sweat. We can't equate with our situation in Kenya, where President William Ruto was elected to office at the time when our economy was facing depression. We were going through the downtown of the curve of economic, and the president came in handy to resuscitate our economy, which was not doing good. He has done his bit. He's doing his bit. It's only that it is easy to criticize the man in the arena, like it was once said. All of these members here come from constituencies, and they are criticized such a time when the constituents feel they are not doing good. But the effort they are giving, they know themselves that it is very difficult to govern at such a time when there's economic crisis. Mr. Speaker, on the key issue of education, the president made a deliberate move to put about 27% of our budget to education, and he was elected when CBC was about to take off. He has done his best in putting CBC into the right path. He's been able to employ teachers up to the tune of 56,000, which has never been seen in this country before. And we want to echo President for that, because education is the foundation of our growth and our economic growth as a country. The president did well when it comes to health matters. I myself, I sit in a committee of health, and we came up with 3 bills or 4, including the social insurance fund, primary health care fund, and critical and emergency and critical disease fund, which will be able to bring our economy and do a radical reform in our economy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you, sitting in a committee of health in the next 10 or so months, our health system will have changed, and there will be a paradigm shift from how we used to do things in this country. He brought about the 100,000 community health promoters, which will go a long way in being able to identify and be able to solve the issues of diseases at the primary health level. Mr. Speaker, KEMSA, since the time of COVID, has been facing a downtown and has been in total crisis and total problem. But the president, in his own wisdom, was able to come up with a plan to resuscitate KEMSA and to bring back KEMSA, because that is what will be able to give drugs to our hospitals and to be able to make our health system run. And we want to commend the team at the KEMSA and the president, and even in the budget, the president increased money to the KEMSA so that we're able to pick from where it was and be able to serve this country well. Mr. Speaker, the issue of cattle rustling, which I come from a northern part of this country, which is facing a very serious challenge, we want to commend the president. He is on a journey to silence the guns, which has been terrorizing our people. He spoke well about it, and his formula seems to be bearing fruits. And we want to tell the president that we support him. As Kenyans of goodwill, as Kenyans who love peace, we have to stand with the president so that he's able to bring to end the menace of insecurity which has been in this country since independence. Mr. Speaker, the issue of fertilizer, some of these members here who come from towns and come from areas where they have not seen agriculture don't know the impact the fertilizer subsidy has brought to this country. We want to encourage the president and echo him for what he has done to be able to subsidize fertilizer and to transform agriculture in this country of ours. Mr. Speaker, president is president at such a time that there is no any other leader who could have taken Kenya through these challenges we are facing at the moment. Had we gotten the handshake brothers, Mr. Speaker, this country will be a banana republic. But thanks to the genius of William Ruto, that he has been able to keep the country going and be able to remove the country off the economic cliff which was facing, and was courtesy of the handshake brothers, Mr. Speaker, who today we are seeing even they constructing an airport which is leaking. Mr. Speaker, it's a shame that handshake brothers were ruling this country at such a time that we were in the last 3 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is it okay? Who's next? Okay. Huh?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, order. Yes, the Honorable Oyula, followed by the Honorable Tonkei, followed by Jessica Mbalu, and the MP from Magarini. We'll just go in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also comment on the presidential speech. Mr. Speaker, the President in his speech started very well. The President identified the key economic problems the nation was facing. And these were external shocks, fiscal distress, and structural imbalances. So you start by identifying the problems that you are faced with, which the President did very well. He identified the problems, and now he expounded the key thrusts of his economic agenda. So the key areas of his economic agenda, Mr. Speaker, covered expanding agricultural production to deal with cost of living. We are all talking about cost of living, and the President was very clear that agricultural production will help to reduce the high cost of living. Mr. Speaker, he further went on to talk about affordable housing to increase jobs and dignified living. The President also talked about universal health coverage, which is a very important area for this country, as we have a lot of health problems in the rural setup. The President also talked about digital transformation to create jobs and efficient access to government services. This, Mr. Speaker, is going to help the youth of this country to be able to search for jobs and communicate freely with the others. Mr. Speaker, the President then shifted to debt situation in Kenya. And then he mentioned that starting this month of December, the government is going to pay off part of the Eurobond loan by about 300 million Kenya shillings. That, Mr. Speaker, is an assurance that our debt situation was going to be reduced, because Eurobond, Mr. Speaker, has been the biggest problem for this country. In his speech, Mr. Speaker, the President dwelt very much on transformation agenda. Transformation can be very costly and painful. Hence, it is important that Kenyans must accept to go through this painful situation where we are now, moving from bad economy and trying to go to a better living standard. Mr. Speaker, throughout the speech, the speech of the President, he mentioned issues that affect the Kenyans, but all these did not clear the situation as was expected by the Kenyans. Like in education sector, Mr. Speaker, the education sector is still contaminated with a lot of corruption, which needs to be looked into very urgently. Mr. Speaker, that area, the country needs to balance the deployment of teachers across the country. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support.
Honorable Tonkei, Rebecca Tonkei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving this opportunity to contribute on the presidential speech, which was delivered on Thursday last week. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to congratulate the President for giving us a speech, which is actually the state of the nation address, which captured what we have, the government of Kenya Kwanza has done for the last 1 year. Mr. Speaker, sir, looking at the education sector, which I am a member of the Education Committee, I want to congratulate the President for employment of 56,750 new teachers and the training of the 8,200 teachers, primary school teachers for JSS. Mr. Speaker, this is the first time coming from Narok County that our children or our teachers have had an opportunity to be employed. Mr. Speaker, sir, with the new rule that was taken by TSC from the Education Committee, we got an opportunity for all the teachers who are trained in Narok County to be employed. So, Mr. Speaker, and I believe our honorable member said that there was no opportunity for people to be employed, then that's not true, Mr. Speaker, sir, because every person from every county got the opportunity to be employed as a teacher. Mr. Speaker, sir, the issue of entry requirement for teachers, this has seen an increase of 300%, and I'm a witness to this, Mr. Speaker, sir, because in Narok, for example, we have a teachers training college which had gone down. It was the only institution where you find the tutors are more than the students. And Mr. Speaker, sir, we've seen teachers colleges now with so many teacher trainees of up to 20,456. Mr. Speaker, sir, on the universal health care, the health laws that we pass, Mr. Speaker, sir, is going to go a milestone for our people in Kenya. For example, Mr. Speaker, sir, the issue of the people contributing 300 shillings up from 500 shillings is a gain for all Kenyans who could not contribute, who are not able to contribute the 500 shillings. We are all aware as politicians that every time we do so many rampages so that we can cater for medical expenses for our people who are ailing. And with the new health coverage, Mr. Speaker, sir, our people are going to get medical cover, they're going to get insurance, and therefore, with this one, we are going to go another step ahead as Kenyans. And I know this one is going to help the common mwananchi. Mr. Speaker, sir, the issue of Hustler Fund, which has been effected by the Kenya Kwanza government, is also another thing that has helped Kenyans. We are aware that many Kenyans have been able to access this, and therefore hustlers are able to do their day-to-day businesses. And Mr. Speaker, sir, we all agree that, you know, sometimes people want to do business, but they lack financial support. But with the Hustlers Fund, Mr. Speaker, sir, our people can access that money, do business, and refund the money back. Mr. Speaker, sir, the issue of appointment of the 6 judges, which was impunity. And I want to say this one was the first thing that it was an achievement for us as Kenya Kwanza. And the president appointed these judges. He also increased enhanced their allocation of Kenya shilling 3 billion. And Mr. Speaker, sir, that is facilitating the judiciary so that they can serve better. And I beg to support the president, and he did very well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
The Honorable Jessica Mbalu, followed by the MP for Magarini, followed by a Lady Kemei of Kericho County, and the Honorable Ruto Julius. In that order, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving this opportunity to contribute to the State of the Nation address by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, before I critique the speech, I must say that the President did well just to appear before the Parliament and, of course, admitting and appreciating the members of Parliament as democratically elected representatives of the people. We are represented by members of Parliament from different constituencies, democratically elected. Mr. Speaker, on his note number 2, he said that he has a substantial report to give on the progress made in fulfilling this solemn covenant. And while I was in the parliament, Mr. Speaker, for us to get the gist of what he was coming to do, Mr. Speaker, he was supposed to take us through the measures taken by his government under his leadership to give full expression and effect of, the constitution dispensation. How far has he done? Mr. Speaker, he did a very big, very detailed speech. In fact, this speech, it is just a policy. Detailed speech, talking about the vision, talking about his dream. But I hear, after getting to the office, I expected the president to give us his scorecard. What has he been able to achieve? The Speaker, on the issue of employment, from the 13th of September to 9th of October, when he gave his speech, how much has he been able to achieve in terms of employment? How many youth has he employed? How many in numbers? And of course, that can be, substantiated, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in terms of infrastructure, we expected, because we are still, I think, his government is still in the vision, the mission, the dreaming part of it. And I expect for 1 year to be doing the evaluation, the monitoring of the works that he has been able to do. Because by the time we get to the policies, I'm sure these are some of the policies, and I'm sure he was not speaking to us. He was speaking to even other constituencies. Mr. Speaker, infrastructure, how many kilometers of road has been done, tarmacked in Kibwezi East? The ones that he really thought, and because he has been the government for long, how many have been tarmacked? How many have been tarmacked in Mokorei? How many have been taken in Kajiado and other places? And I think that is the scorecard that we expected. In fact, the common Mwananchi was listening, us as representatives of the people who were listening. Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order, the Honorable Tonkei? It had better be a serious point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, is the member in order to say that the president was not able to substantiate the number of youths he has employed, and again, that he has not given his scorecard, and yet, Mr. Speaker, sir, what the president gave was actually his scorecard for the whole year. Mr. Speaker, sir, the number of teachers, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Tonkei, Rebecca, order.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. This is my 13th year in this parliament.
The president is a public property. He is the president for the Republic of Kenya. And, these things are policy matters. People have their different opinions, and this is a house of opinions. You might not necessarily agree with that lady. When you get your opportunity, give your scorecard in the manner you want it. But allow everybody else to, however irrelevant you think they are, but then still allow it. It's the democracy. It's unfortunately the rules of democracy. And he's happy with that, I'm sure. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I have been in this parliament for 13 years now. And we have had different speeches. And I must also be able to know which is good and which is bad. I am here not to say the president bad, but what is supposed to have been done at the stage of his vision and mission for the country. And I must tell the members of Kenya Kwanza, the president is not for Kenya Kwanza alone. Just like you. When you have been elected, you are the member of your constituency. But in the terms of oversight, we must tell him what he is supposed to do. In fact, I want to advise that he looks at his advisory team and ensures they do better. Mr. Speaker, I was saying the scorecard in terms of from the 13th September to 9th of October. My people would want to hear the number of connection of electricity in the last miles. How often have we been able to achieve in Kibwezi's constituency, in Makueni County, the cost of living, what people are expecting to hear. And I'm sure that's what he should have done. Maybe the next speech he will give us the same. How has he dealt with the cost of living? The people are crying, Mr. Speaker. How has he dealt with the fuel? We do not want a situation where we increase fuel and then we reduce I mean, we not play with our money, reduced to a point where it is still higher than it was increased from. Mr. Speaker, how many title deeds have you been issued? If it's in Makueni, how many title deeds from this year to this year? The water sector, how many people have been able to get water? How many families, teachers? You talked about 56,700. Those are very few. How many have been employed? How many have been trained? I mean, expected to have more than 150. And this is what I'm telling my member, that's what we call scorecard. Mr. Speaker, education, infrastructure. Here we are talking about NGCDF, where we are talking about, you know, the matching. How many classes have been built for this?
It was, I had given the next person. Yes, the MP for Magarini, I believe, followed by Madam Kemei, followed by Ruto, followed by the MP for Lamu East, and followed by the MP for Kitutu Chache. Is he there, Japheth? Yes, proceed on that order, and then I'll give the next round. Proceed.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia fursa hii nami nikapate kuchangia katika hotuba ya rais. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza nianze na kumpongeza Mheshimiwa Rais kwa hotuba yake ambayo ameangazia mambo mengi ambayo yeye mwenyewe amepata kuyatenda pamoja na utawala wake. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikiangalia swala la walimu, kitu ambacho pengine kitakuwa hakikuniendea sawa ni kwamba katika walimu hawa 56,000 laiti kama wangegawanywa sawa sawa kwa zile constituency ama maeneo bunge 290, hapo tungeona ya kwamba eneo bunge moja lingeweza kupata walimu 180 na kuzidi, ambapo tungeweza kukimu kwa baadhi yetu ambao tuna uhaba zaidi, tungeweza kuona kwamba tunakimu sehemu hiyo ya elimu. Na pia vile vile tukizingatia usawa wa nafasi za kazi, naona ni muhimu hata kwa siku za usoni kwamba nafasi zote za kazi, iwapo ni kwa idara za usalama, iwapo ni kwa idara za huduma ya taifa, zingeweza kugawanywa kimaeneo bunge. Hapo tungeweza kusaidika zaidi. Pia vile vile nimpongeze rais kwa uamuzi wa kwamba wale vijana ambao wameenda kwa huduma ya taifa wanapohitimu masomo yao ama kozi zao, wanayo nafasi ya kwanza kuajiriwa katika vikosi vya usalama hapa nchini. Hilo ni jambo la kusaidia, maana ukiwaangalia hawa vijana hawapati chochote, lakini wanajitolea katika nyanja zote kuona ya kwamba wanahudumia taifa hili bila kuogopa, bila wasiwasi, na wala bila kujali hata maslahi yao. Hapo hatua hiyo ya rais ni hatua ambayo inastahili kupongezwa. Pia vile vile kwa huu mradi wa nyumba zenye gharama nafuu, ni mradi ambao unastahili pia vile vile kupongezwa, tukizingatia ya kwamba tuko na wakati mgumu kabisa kwa wakati huu kiuchumi, lakini vile anavyojisatiti kuona kwamba miradi hii inaendelea, na hata vile ambavyo ameweza kutupa matumaini watu wa Magarini kwamba hivi karibuni huu mradi utatufikia. Ni tamaa yetu kwamba unapotufikia, kwanza utabuni nafasi za kazi, na pia vile vile utatoa makao kwa wale ambao pia hawawezi kupata nyumba za bei nafuu na kuweza kuishi katika mazingira mazuri. Kwa hakika Mheshimiwa Rais yuko na maono mazuri kwa nchi hii. Tatizo ni kwamba baadhi yetu sisi wananchi wa Kenya hatuna yale maono aliyo nayo, wala hatuwezi kuyaangazia kwa undani tukajua amelenga wapi. Tusikose kufahamu ya kwamba panapo mawimbi mazito, papo hapo ndipo palipo na mlango. Mula ni mla leo, mla jana, leo kalani. Hilo ndilo linalotusumbua sisi. Tunataka kila kitu kiwe chaweza kufanyika sawa sawa na bila wasiwasi wowote kwa wakati ambao hata haiwezekani. Ni lazima tuwe na wakati mzuri wa kuona kwamba tunapatia nafasi nchi kuweza kupona. Kufikia hivi sasa nchi imeanza kupona pole pole. Kwa Kiingereza, the country is healing now and we need to give it time.
Asante. Spokuwa, as part of the rules, if you start with English, you end with English. If you're too comfortable with Swahili, you do the whole presentation, or rather, in Swahili. Thank you, in Swahili. It's Madam Kemei, followed by the MP for Kitutu, Chache. And the MP for Keses, yes. And Keses is Ruto, yeah. And then proceed on the basis of that. I'll give the second round. I think most of you will have had a chance to say something on this speech, on this address by the President. Proceed, Madam Kemei.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak about the speech of the President. And on the onset, I want to appreciate and say that the speech of the President was on point, accurate, and it has an impact on now and the future. I want to be very specific to some areas. To start with is the side or the sector of agriculture, where we have reforms in the coffee, tea, milk, and sugar sector. I appreciate this, Honorable Speaker. I come from Kericho County, where all these products, the coffee, the tea, milk, and sugar are grown. Not forgetting even the horticultural like avocados. So with the subsidized fertilizers, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that we at the moment have food security. Maize being the main food for us, or the product of that, the unga. And in Kericho, Honorable Speaker, we grow so much of it. So for those who are saying they don't know if it is true that the korokoro is between 60 and 75, they should visit Kericho, they should visit Trans Nzoia and buy from them. I'm only concerned, Honorable Speaker, that we wouldn't want to have the price coming down below that, because farmers have to get profit from the produce. So with that, I say the fertilizers are distributed, but I pray and plead that the chiefs should make sure that they are fairly distributed and taken to the people on time, so that they don't move up and down for the same. Though it is not mentioned about the tea, he didn't mention tea in the speech, I want to say the reforms in the tea sector is being seen. For example, Honorable Speaker, the pounders came and there was increase in the pockets to the farmers, and I appreciate that. The coffee at the same time. Now coming to milk, the President in his speech talked of having the coolers to boost the quality of the milk. I pray that the price of milk should also come up, so that we don't have the farmers getting less than 50 shillings per liter. On health matters, universal health coverage, I appreciate that. In the main thing, the health promoters going to the people and visiting the many Kenyans is a plus to us, because a healthy person or a healthy nation is a wealthy nation. Employment of 200,000 new health workers is a plus to us, adding to the side of employment. Not to forget that we have more of these health promoters also getting a source of income to their families. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to savings, the saving culture which was not there has been improved, and that is why in NSSF, the savings has grown to 6.5, and I appreciate that. The Hustler Fund, where we have most of our hustlers getting money from that, borrowing and returning, that is a plus to us. And education sector, employment of 56,000 plus teachers is something that has not been there before. And therefore, I ask our people to be patient. The standard of living is still is coming down, and with time, I believe, come the next year when we'll have the next speech, I'm sure it will have improved. The economic situation will have improved, and the cost of living will have come down. And Honorable Speaker,
proceed, the Honorable Ruto.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity you've given me to also weigh on the speech made by Secretary of the President during the State of the Nation address in this honorable House. And Mr. Speaker, I want to start off by saying if there is a man that has proven to be a man enough to tackle the challenges Kenyans are facing is the President of the Republic of Kenya. From his speech, he never gave a speech that was full of cosmetic promises or cosmetic words to just to please Kenyans, but rather he came out candidly and expressed the confidence he has and he has been given by Kenyans from the trust he has been given to serve as a president. What am I trying to put across? Coming out and telling Kenyans the real situation, that we are facing dire, tough situations as Kenya from the economic conditions we are facing in, that most of these conditions are not only generated from within our nation, but most of them are put in from the external challenges, economic politics of the world that is seriously affecting us. By FAJU, that more than 70% of our consumption is from importation. And most of this comes with what we call import inflation. Mr. Speaker, we will appreciate that USA right now are working on the economic challenges, inflation, by virtue that Federal Reserve has worked on their monetary policy to ensure that they mop back all their dollars in the economy and even outside the economy. This has effect even on us that we are importing using the dollars in our country, Kenya. And that is why the cost of living is here with us. Mr. Speaker, you will appreciate Germany, Japan are now working on their recession. Generally, across the whole world, there is a serious recession that is undertaking. And so, therefore, Kenya is not exceptional. And, Mr. Speaker, I have heard my colleagues from the other side of the chamber castigating, opposing, naysaying on what the President made during the statement, the State of the Nation address. And I want to remind them that on the speech of the President, it was not any promise, but rather an account of what the President has done and what the country has trying to achieve and to turn around the situation of our economy. Number one, Kenya is not endowed with minerals, and therefore we cannot speak of our economy dependent on minerals and export of minerals. Right now, tourism is also facing a lot of challenges. Mr. Speaker, manufacturing sector over time has been killed. You will appreciate to me over recent times, we have even witnessed our local production, milk sector. We now rely on powder milk from foreign countries being imported to our country to be converted into liquid milk for it to be distributed, affecting our own prices. All this put together, the only sector that the President has chosen to take the right direction is on production and on agriculture. And this has assisted to reduce even the dependence that we experienced in the recent months, where we were importing, even including staple food like maize. To an extent, our own minister, CS, are to travel outside the country in pursuing of a land space to plant maize to feed the country. You will agree with me, Mr. Speaker, any nation that is planning to feed its people from importation is a nation that is then to fail. And I want to appreciate the President that by the steps he made, pronouncing a reduction of prices of fertilizer and all farm inputs. As we talk now, production of maize from the region where I'm coming from is now estimated to have grown by more than 40 million bags as compared to the previous financial period. This one, in essence, Mr. Speaker, it tells us now Kenyans are ready to be fed by their own production within the country. This will absorb
the aspect of importing with the importation of inflation from foreign countries and creating employment amongst ourselves, because we are foreseeing now value addition being the second discussion after what we are producing. Mr. Speaker, on the aspect of livestock, fish sector, the President has confirmed that along the coastal stream, we have 22 landing points for fish collection from the auction. This tells us the earlier dependence on importation of fish from China, our staple food, the alternative protein that our doctors have been asking us to go alternatives of red meat to the white meat. The President is sorting out, creating employment, and increasing the market of fish along the domestic market, and even to an extent of exporting for the purpose of competing with the world. Because we are endowed by virtue that we are a country, that we are not landlocked, but rather we have an advantage that we can touch on the sea, that is the Indian Ocean. Mr. Speaker, on the aspect of employment, and more so on the education sector, I've heard somebody says that the President has not demonstrated what he has done. Employing 57,000 teachers in the Republic of Kenya in less than 1 year, that is a fact. It is not a promise. Employing askaris and jeshi from NYS, Mr. Speaker, is a fact. It is not a promise. Mr. Speaker, employing over 100,000.
Madam Rueda of, what happened to the MP for Kitutu Chache? Oh yes, then proceed. Kitutu Chache first. Madam Rueda, you'll have to wait.
Oh, okay.
It's Rueda. Yeah, okay. Kitutu Chache comes after Rueda. Proceed.
Asante Bwana Spika nami kunipatia nafasi. Mimi nilifurahishwa sana na hotuba ya Rais. Kusema ukweli, Rais hakupeana dawa ya maumivu. Dawa ya maumivu ni ile rukuu. Unasema unapeana hii ili utulize maumivu kidogo, lakini ugonjwa uko pale pale. Rais amepeana dawa ile ya kupoza ugonjwa. Anajua shida ya Kenya ni nini, hataki mambo ya kupeana painkiller, hiyo dawa ya maumivu, yeye anataka kutibu. Na kutibu sahihi ni wakati wake. Ikiwa ni kiongozi, lazima utibu ugonjwa, sio kuubembeleza. So naona kuna mpangilio mzuri wa kutibu ugonjwa tulionao. Mimi nilipendezwa sana na Rais alipotaja jamii zilizotengwa. Jamii zilizotengwa walizungumzia mambo mengi, na mojawapo ni upande wa mifugo. Tumepata tamaa mzuri, tunaona tunaweza uangaliwa, kwa sababu hii Kenya vile inavyoenda, ikitajwa sehemu nyingine, wengine wanaumwa sana. So inaonesha kuna kasoro katika sisi wa Kenya. Hatuchukuliani kama sisi ni wa Kenya wote, lakini Rais ametoa msimamo ya kwamba wa Kenya wote ni wa Kenya. Mifugo wakiendeleza vizuri, uchumi itainuka katika sehemu zetu, zile sehemu zilizotengwa. Kusema ukweli pia, Rais ameanza kutenda yale anasema. Tumemuona wiki iliyopita ameenda kwa jamii zilizotengwa na anafuatilizia yale aliyosema. Kama mojawapo, Lamu alianzisha barabara, ambayo barabara hiyo kwa miaka 60 hatujakuwa na hata inchi moja ya barabara. Yeye Rais ndo ameanzisha, na kweli tunaona yale anayosema atatenda. Amezungumzia pia kuhusu uchumi samawati. Uchumi samawati amesema ataweka tovuti ya kutua katika kila kaunti yenye mwambao wa pwani, ukianza Shimoni mpaka Kiunga. Na tumeona zimejengwa,